Baby Beetle exclaimed in amazement, "We won!" Yiwu defeated the ancient insect god without giving him a chance to fight back. He's really so powerful. Everyone was shielding themselves from the sprays of blood from the ancient insect god while focusing intently on the scene. Jia Wangchuan suddenly spoke up, "No, Yiwu's momentum has suddenly stagnated." Shuelu anxiously said, "That's right. What's wrong with him?" The system continuously announced, "Warning! Warning! To ensure the safety of the owner's consciousness, it cannot maintain the special Shadow King form anymore. If forced to maintain it, the owner will fall into a state of excessive fusion and consciousness will be seized. Warning! The fusion degree between the owner and Shadow King has reached its limit. If fusion continues, irreparable consequences will occur. Please make a careful judgment, chaotic mental value currently at 10%. A member of the MCCing team worriedly asked, "What's going on? Why did Yiwu stop? What happened?" The ancient insect god arrogantly spoke, "At such a crucial moment, you choose to stand still." It laughed loudly, "Ha! Indeed, heaven does not wish to destroy me. It's time to use my ultimate move." Yiwu stood facing the enemy, his gaze as icy as frost. The heart of the insect emitted a dim glow, its rhythm seeming to merge with the surrounding space. The baby beetle sighed and said, "Yiwu is moving. It seems he can hear the heart of the insect and is reacting." The enemy laughed loudly, "Ha! Do you think that relying on yourself alone can change anything? My ancient insect god has absorbed 10% of the blood and 30% of the learning. You have no chance at all." Yiwu did not respond, only silently charged forward. A fierce battle erupted. The initial level of chaos was only 20%, but quickly escalated to 30, 40, and finally reached 90%. In that moment, Yiwu suddenly stopped. The enemy was momentarily surprised and then burst into laughter, "Ha! You have stopped. You are nothing but a braggart at the end of your rope. In the end, the victor will still be me. Go die. As long as you die, no one will be able to stop me anymore." He swung his sword down. But at that moment, something strange occurred. All the tentacles surrounding him suddenly betrayed, cutting their connection to him to drain energy from the heart of the insect. He panicked and shouted, "Huh? Why did my tentacles betray me? They want to monopolize the energy? Impossible. I must kill all of you." The battle grew even more chaotic. Yiwu seized the opportunity and unleashed a decisive blow. It turned out that the level 120 sandstorm incubus had betrayed the insect. However, he was not a match for the insect and was quickly defeated by his abilities. After eliminating the obstacle, he laughed uproariously, "I will spare your life for now. When I invade the human world, I will still need you. This time, no one will be able to stop me anymore." Saying that, he gathered all his strength and cried out, preparing to welcome the tune, "I can feel the abundant energy rushing towards me. Ah, this taste is so delicious. With this energy, I will break through this damn space barrier in one breath. Blast apart, time and space." The Emotzone combat team began to worry. Baby Beetle spoke up, "Oh no, it's about to break space powerfully." Jia Wangchuan responded, "Damn it, my body can't move at all." Shuelu anxiously sought a solution, "My magic value can't recover, can I only watch helplessly?" The captain frowned, secretly thinking, if this boss really manages to reach the human world, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. Although I don't want to admit defeat, in the end, we have lost to Yiwu. Suddenly, Baby Beetle exclaimed, "Wait a minute. What do you see over there?" From the sky, a large red sphere appeared. Baby Beetle immediately recognized it and shouted, "Isn't that the red sphere on the chest of the giant before? Why is it appearing here?" The sphere unexpectedly emitted red lightning bolts, causing the enemy to scream, "Eh? How is this possible? Didn't I kill you? No. Why can't I move?" He struggled, screaming in pain, "No. I clearly won. No. We don't have to turn back anymore. A. The god of insects cannot fail. I cannot fail. The plan I have worked on for so many years cannot be destroyed in an instant. I cannot accept it. I cannot accept it. The insect was crushed by the power of the sphere, being directly submerged in pain. The Special Forces team rejoiced and praised, "You did it. So great, Yiwu." But it seemed that Yiwu had lost consciousness. Everyone anxiously called his name, "Are you okay? Yiwu, Yiwu." The system suddenly announced, "Warning. Chaotic Blood Devourer is on the verge of death. The Master's spirit is in serious disorder, unable to awaken by any magic evil or props. Warning. The Chaotic Spirit Index has reached 100%, reconstructing the consciousness of the Master. The consciousness of the Master is being forcefully transmitted." Yiwu suddenly woke up in shock. He asked, "Where is this place?" The system replied, "This is a result of the Master merging excessively with the account. Currently, you have been forcibly pulled into the mental world of the Shadow King. Only by completing missions in this world can you leave." Yiwu was taken aback and asked again, "Forcibly pulled in?" "I had planned to go through the dungeon insect first before taking on the Shadow King mission. But now, it seems the quest level in this world isn't too high, it should only be around level 20. Perhaps it will be easy to surpass." He looked around and saw that the scenery here was a village engulfed in a plague. Level 20 civilians lay sprawled on the road. The system announced, "I regret to inform you that due to being forcibly pulled into the Shadow King dimension, your original account's capabilities cannot be inherited entirely. You can only randomly receive abilities from one account. Currently, the account you have is MOC Master Alchemist." Yiwu panicked, "OMG. Does that mean I'm only level 13 now? Moreover, the Master Alchemist title of MOC isn't meant for combat. So what am I supposed to fight with?" Suddenly, a wolf-like monster appeared from above. The system calmly reassured, "Please concentrate and pay attention to the task at hand." Laguna shrugged his shoulders, looked at Yiwu happily and said, "What's wrong, Yiwu? Is there something wrong? Why are you just standing there in a daze?" Yiwu looked at him, feeling hard to express, then smiled and replied, It's nothing, just lead the way, let's set off." Laguna quickly responded and took the lead. Yiwu walked behind him, asking as they went, "What was the mission system just now? Do we have to help him completely become the Shadow King in order to leave this world?" The system replied, "That's not the case. The mission process is a long chain, classified as an epic level mission. It cannot be fully completed in a short time. This time, just completing a certain part of the content is enough to return to the real world." Yiwu wondered, "Then what will happen to the real world while I'm here?" "I remember I defeated the final boss." The system quickly explained, "The flow of time in the two worlds is independent of each other. When you return, time will be almost at a standstill at the point you left, so there's no need to worry." Yiwu nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Yiwu stared ahead intently and thought, "It seems to resemble the treasure-stealing demon lair, so I'm still luckier than I expected." He stepped up beside Laguna and asked, "Earlier, you mentioned that you are an apprentice hunter. So what exactly do hunters do? How is the salary, the income of this profession? I'm very curious to know." Laguna turned his head to look at Yiwu, frowning as he said, "Have you never heard of hunters? Is it possible that you have no such profession where you're from?" Then he seriously explained his ideals. The Hunter Guild is a very ancient organization with a history of over 100 years. Back then, this world was invaded by terrifying demons, and even the king's army was powerless. Suddenly, an armed group consisting of hunters and priests appeared. They used weapons and holy magic to fiercely repel the demons and ultimately saved this world. After the demons were defeated, they refused all rewards and titles from the king. Instead, they transformed into a congregation dedicated to protecting towns and villages, officially naming themselves the Hunter Guild. At this point, Laguna's entire face lit up. He appeared incredibly determined and excited, continuing, "Hunters do not have a fixed salary. Our income depends on the number and difficulty of each mission." He said, "Since I was a child, I have always yearned to pursue this profession, and now there is only one step left for me to fulfill my dream. As long as I complete this task, I will become an official hunter and be able to earn 40 gold coins. Of course, I will share half of it with you." Yiwu looked at the person, unsure of how to respond, and could only politely decline. "Money is not important to me. I simply admire your dream, which is why I agreed to help." In his heart, Yiwu thought to himself, 2 gold coins to someone who is in debt for 5 million like me is just a drop in the bucket. Helping him is better. However, during the previous battle, I don't know how much I spent. The system also didn't send any accounting information, so I hurriedly opened the system screen to check. Yiwu's eyes widened as he looked at the balance on the system screen, 806,581,635. He gasped, astonished, and asked, "How is there still 800 million? Could it be that I was forced into the mission account dimension without spending anything?" The system immediately dismissed his unrealistic thought. "Please, Master, abandon that unrealistic idea. After returning to the real world, the consumption costs from the previous battle will be settled immediately. However, before returning, the Master can still spend in this world." Yiwu was caught off guard by this damned system, silently lamenting, "With debts piling up like this, how am I supposed to survive? I knew it right away, there's no way anything good would happen." Looking towards the ominous forest in front of him, Yiwu stood between two diverging paths, deep in thought. At that moment, Laguna spoke up, "Dr. Victor is missing deep within the forest ahead. If we're ready, we should go in and search. But it's certainly filled with dangers inside." Yiwu listened, feeling a bit at a loss for words. He thought to himself, "This doctor really is brave, daring to venture alone into such a perilous place." Just then, a loud call came from behind. The two were startled and turned to see a group of hunters from the guild approaching. Leading them was Lei Rang, level 38. Accompanying him were 2 others, Maxime and Alfonso, both level 35. Lei Rang looked at Yiwu and Laguna, smirking mockingly. "Oh, isn't that Laguna Chicken? Out in the middle of the night, going for a stroll, huh? Be careful you don't get eaten by a werewolf." Laguna frowned and replied seriously, "So it's you guys. I received a mission to rescue Dr. Victor. He's gone missing in the forest." Lei Rang scoffed, glancing towards the deep woods. "A rescue mission, huh? How tedious, but also interesting. It seems we have a chance to cooperate again." Lei Rang expressed his disdain and said, "Is it that drunken idiot Victor again? Time and again playing the vanishing act, it's really a hassle. By the way, a chicken like you going deep into the forest is like asking for death." Laguna felt a bit embarrassed hearing him say that. He reached out towards Yiwu and said, "Senior, I'm not going alone, Yiwu will help me." Yiwu looked at the scene and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that being bullied at work was the same no matter the time or place. Lei Rang looked at Yiwu, his expression excited, and said, "Kid, you're really strange. What are you talking about? What do you mean by workplace bullying? I don't understand anything. Are you from somewhere else? But to think a little kid at level 13 like you would dare follow this chicken to go looking for death?" Suddenly, Lei Rang burst out laughing. "Ha, I see your intention. Laguna, you're not planning to find someone as a cushion, are you? When danger arises, you'll just push him aside to be a bullet sponge, right?" Laguna shouted angrily, "I'm not. I don't have. You guys shouldn't insult Yiwu. I respect you as my seniors, and normally I can endure whatever teasing you put me through, but Yiwu is my friend, and furthermore, he's very capable. You shouldn't casually insult him like that." Seeing Laguna angry, Lei Rang glared at him. "Who do you think you are talking to? The obedient chicken who usually listens has the audacity to raise his voice at us just because of someone from elsewhere? Are you tired of living?" Laguna trembled as he looked at Yiwu. I. He didn't know how to defend Yi Wu properly. Seeing that Laguna had reverted to his old self, Lei Rang continued, "But who told you to be the youngest in our Hunters Guild? For your safety and your friends, dangerous missions like this should still be handled by the seniors." The two people standing next to Lei Rang chuckled happily. Alfonso chimed in, "Hee, no need to thank us." Laguna angrily protested, "What are you guys talking about? This isn't following the rules." Clearly, However, Lei Rang and the others didn't bother to listen any further and quickly galloped into the deep forest. Laguna hurriedly chased after them. "Wait, you guys." Watching them disappear, he punched the ground in frustration, so infuriating. They know this is the final test for me to become an official hunter, yet they intentionally snatched my mission away. This is it. He suddenly remembered that Yi Wu was still here, forced to smile and said, "I'm sorry for making you come all this way for nothing, and to suffer this indignity. But don't worry, the 2 gold coins I promised you, I will definitely find a way to gather enough." Yi Wu looked at him and calmly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you the type of person who easily gives up when facing difficulties?" Laguna lowered his head and helplessly replied, "Actually, I am not a weak person. Even if I encounter a stronger monster, I would dare to charge in and fight without hesitation. But the relationships among the Hunters Guild are quite complicated. Even if I am bullied, I don't want to ruin this relationship and end up being isolated by everyone." Yi Wu bent down, extended his hand to him and said cheerfully, "In short, everything must be resolved by strength. Listen to me, it's better to cry in a BMW than to smile on a bicycle. As long as you are stronger than everyone else, you will become the center of the universe. I believe your dreams definitely don't just stop at your current level." Hearing these words, Laguna regained his confidence. He reached out and took Yi Wu's hand, smiled and said, "You're right. Now is not the time to be downcast. Let's hurry and catch up." Yi Wu nodded and replied, "That's the spirit." The main quest progress notification system, the Path of the Shadow King, has undergone a change. The current progress is only 1%. Yi Wu was surprised, thinking to himself, "Oh, it finally changed. Could it be that what I just said has had some impact on him?" They continued to delve deeper into the forest. When they saw a grave before their eyes, Yi Wu asked, "Is this a cemetery?" Laguna, following behind, quickly replied, "Dr. Victor seems to gather herbs nearby." Yi Wu was astonished and said, "Gathering herbs in a cemetery? This doctor is indeed a bit strange." Laguna honestly answered, "I'm not sure about that either. But the place noted in the mission is indeed here." Suddenly, they were startled by a tragic scream from behind. "Ah!" Yi Wu looked towards the source of the sound in surprise, exclaiming, "What a dreadful scream!" Laguna quickly ran over. He shouted, "That's Lei Rang's voice. Something must have happened. Let's hurry over there." The scene before them left them stunned. A gigantic beast, wielding a large knife, was approaching. Its mouth emanated a strong, foul odor. Laguna exclaimed, "That's the immortal gravekeeper. Its level is 45, with immortality attributes, belonging to the undead race." The monster was getting closer to the person kneeling on the ground. It looked at its victim with a greedy gaze, mumbling, "Meat. Blood." The man knelt before it, fearfully pleading, "No, don't kill me." Laguna ran over, urgently calling out, "Lei Rang." He turned to look, panic-stricken, raising his hands for help. "Is it you guys? Hurry and save me. I don't want to die yet." Laguna said, "I'm coming right now." Yi Wu saw that he was about to run over there, and quickly stopped him. "Wait. The opponent is a level 45 boss. You are only level 25, how can you fight?" Laguna prepared to draw his sword, turned his head to look at Yi Wu, and replied, "But if I don't go, Lei Rang will be killed." Yi Wu frowned, "You are level 25, so you should undertake missions suitable for level 25. This surely can't be an emergency, right? Or are you taking risks to quickly achieve your goal of becoming an official hunter by accepting a mission that isn't appropriate?" Hearing this, Laguna's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and admitted, the level of this mission is from 25 to 45. I admit I have gambled a bit, but I want to do my best to become an official hunter, so I took the risk to accept this mission. He continued with a sad tone, but I didn't expect to actually encounter a level 45 beast. Yi Wu gaped at him in astonishment. After hearing Laguna finish speaking, Yi Wu could only hold his head and sigh, "You really are reckless. If you hadn't met me, wouldn't you be facing a level 45 beast all by yourself? The courage to fight in this level 20 abyss is indeed quite like mine." At this point, Yi Wu paused, looked at Laguna, and then asked, "But I want to ask honestly, if you die on the mission, how will the system handle it?" Laguna only scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, "Isn't it that I've met you now? Ha ha. If I really didn't meet anyone for help, I could only take one step at a time, plan one step at a time." Hearing this, Yi Wu didn't know what to say and could only shake his head helplessly. At that moment, the system answered his question, initiating the main mission line. If the mission target dies, the mission will be deemed a failure. The owner will be pulled back to the real space, and the current account will be forcibly deleted. Yi Wu's eyes widened in shock. "What? You mean, if the mission fails, my Shadow King account will be deleted? No way. This is my trump card. Although it's expensive, it has always solved every problem perfectly. Deleting the account? I absolutely will not let that happen." Lei Rang hurriedly shouted, "Hey, everyone, don't just talk anymore." The immortal beast quickly swung its knife towards Lei Rang. As the blade descended, he was instantly obliterated. Lei Rang cried out, "Help me!" It laughed gleefully, looking at them and said, "Die, your flesh and blood will belong to me." Laguna stepped forward, gritting his teeth, "Senior Lei Rang, I will face it head on." He turned back to call Yi Wu, "Yi Wu, you support from a distance." Yi Wu panicked, raising his hand to stop. "Wait, don't act recklessly like that." But it was too late. Yi was secretly worried, "If you die, my account will also be gone." The immortal beast continued its assault, swinging its knife down. Laguna quickly dodged to the side, but didn't fully escape. He gritted his teeth, stood up straight, swung his sword and said, "Although my level is only 25, don't underestimate me." Yi Wu saw a halo around Laguna and became excited. Not bad at all. Facing a beast that's 20 levels higher without being at a disadvantage. Definitely not a chicken. No wonder you will become the Shadow King in the future, incredibly gifted. The immortal beast was struck by Laguna's sword, losing an arm. 2 small skulls on its body immediately spewed out green liquid. It roared in fury, "Go die, chicken. You will soon follow them." Laguna stood below, staring up in panic. He thought to himself, "It's over, the range is too large, there's no time to dodge." In a hurry, Laguna used his cloak to shield himself from the splattering fluids. Damn it. Although the hunter's armor is effective against corrosion, this corrosiveness is way too strong. He looked at his health bar, which only showed 60% left. The immortal beast, holding a knife, pointed at Laguna and coldly said, "Die." Laguna was terrified, completely powerless. He could only watch as the sharp blade came down without having time to evade. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Laguna was astonished to see an energy shield appear around him, blocking the beast's deadly blow. It's Yi Wu. Yi Wu stood beside him, activating a primary energy shield, level 35, with 40% energy left. He shouted, "If you don't want to get hit, quickly move away." Laguna didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately moved towards Yi Wu. As he reached the spot, Yi Wu set up a turret that fired continuously at the beast. Bang! Bang! The bullets hit the target, causing the beast to scream in agony, "Oh! Oh! Oh!" But Yi Wu was furious to see the monster using its powerful arms to shield itself, making the bullets unable to penetrate. Damn it! My turret is clearly at the same level as it, how come it can't deal damage? Yi Wu gritted his teeth, his gaze cold, preparing for another wave of attack. Laguna quickly said, the beast is charging through here. Yi Wu, think of a solution fast. Yi Wu threw out a small device, looking dark and grim. He said, I was planning to take it down with a magazine, but after a fierce operation, the damage seems negligible, like I was just scratching it. Is this thing really immune to physical attacks? The small device created a barrier, trapping the immortal beast inside. Taking this opportunity, Yi Wu pulled Laguna to run away. Let's contain it first, then we'll strategize a retreat. While running, Laguna said, the beast shouldn't be immune to physical attacks. My sword clearly caused it harm just now. What is going on? Yi Wu replied. How would I know? I just arrived at your place, I'm still not used to it, nor do I understand the properties of the monsters here. At that moment, a voice rang out, a bunch of useless fools. They stared in shock at the man sitting up from behind a coffin lid. He shouted, you can't even understand this, and yet you want to be hunters. The two looked at him, sweat pouring down their faces. Ah, a zombie has come to life? Laguna pointed at him, excitedly saying, wait, could you be Dr. Victor? The man angrily yelled, why are you shouting like that? I was hiding here, but I truly can't bear to watch two dimwits like you. Yi Wu was still terrified when looking at Victor. It seems this old man's survival skills in the wild are not to be underestimated. Ignoring the monster still trying to break through the barricade, Dr. Victor stood up, looking at the two of them hiding next to the coffin and angrily said, hey, you two should hide a bit further away, don't put me at risk too. Who told you cowards to come rescue me? Not putting me in danger is thanks enough. Yi Wu looked up at him and asked, Dr. Victor, we came to save you. What do you know about this monster? Dr. Victor replied seriously, that monster is originally the guardian of the cemetery. After being infected by the plague origin and mutating, it has sewn the still undeteriorated corpses into its body. It possesses immortality, so normal physical attacks won't harm it. You need magic or physical attacks with attributes targeting it for them to be effective. By the way, the weapons of the hunting guild have been blessed by the high priest, carrying holy attributes, so they can injure it. Laguna nervously said, is that so? This is the first time I've heard of it. Humph. Dr. Victor said sarcastically, that's why they call you a coward. Yi Wu listened to him speak and pondered, hearing him, I just realized that all the accounts open now belong to the physical system. Perhaps I should also consider using all magic accounts? Wait. Speaking of immortal system monsters, I remember that in the survival test at school, it was mentioned that besides holy attribute magic and evil weapons, healing magic could also cause damage. So is that true? Laguna, seeing me silent for a while, spoke up, if that's the case, Yi Wu, why don't you try using my sword? You would definitely use it better than I would. He extended the sword towards me, but I raised my hand to refuse, no need, I have a bolder method. The caged beast was increasingly going wild, screaming, blood. 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 I looked at it and smirked, you need blood, right? I will satisfy you. I took out a level 50 healing potion and tossed it over, eat my blood bottle. The part of the beast's body that touched the blood immediately ignited. Ah! The health of the immortal tombkeeper is down to 60%. Laguna exclaimed in astonishment. And yet with just one move, I managed to reduce so much health. Yi Wu, how did you do that? What you threw is what? I smirked, if evil magic healing can cause damage, then the blood bottle and evil magic definitely have no difference. It seems I have one. I never expected the effect to be so outstanding. Dr. Victor stepped up behind Yi Wu, his face frowning as if he was trying to endure something. He darkly said, that's because recovery potions from level 50 and above carry inherent god attributes. This is akin to being damaged by holy water bursts for immortal-type monsters. At this point, he widened his eyes and shouted, kid, you're only level 13, how could you have a level 50 recovery potion? Do you have any idea how valuable that is? Who would throw it away like that? Yi Wu looked at him, calmly replied, no need to worry. He took out another vial, a level 100 recovery potion, and casually toyed with it in his hands. Yi Wu continued, I have a lot of this toy. But if you want a finishing blow, I need to use something higher. Dr. Victor exclaimed in shock, what? The monster, seeing the potion in his hand, became terrified and hurriedly fled. Yi Wu quickly threw the potion towards it and said, go. A loud explosion rang out, and thousands of souls flew from the flames. The monster was obliterated. The system notification announced, the immortal guardian's health is 0. Life index is 0. The freed soul smiled and said, oh, thank you. Dr. Victor looked at Yi Wu, who had just swiftly eliminated the monster, and asked in astonishment, so? You really killed the beast? Who on earth are you? Yi Wu looked at him and smiled happily, I'm just an anonymous person, a drifter who has ended up here. As he spoke, he brushed off his hands and winked to signal, let's go, Laguna has completed the mission. Laguna cheered excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm. Yi Wu slipped his hands into his pockets and headed off, listening to the system announce his points. You killed a monster and received 20,000 experience points and 50,000 currency. Yi Wu sighed softly, this place truly is a land of blue skies and white clouds. But after all, these are just low-level monsters, nothing to look forward to. At least there's a consolation prize. The system continued to announce, you have picked up an epic-level disease tissue. This is a body part that fell from a high-level mutated infected creature. Its true function is unknown, but it definitely cannot be eaten. Yi Wu looked at the red heart in his hand and pondered, it's not easy to come across an epic item, yet it's something useless. Moreover, this texture is quite strange. Suddenly, Dr. Victor approached closely, his tone serious as he asked, kid, what kind of recovery potion did you just use? I have spent my life researching countless types of medicine, and while I can recognize their levels, I cannot determine the exact type. Especially that last vial, it's definitely not something someone like you could possess. Yi Wu raised the heart, what about this? Laguna spoke up, is Dr. Victor also very curious? Didn't Yi Wu already say that he comes from somewhere else? Moreover, he has used many props that I have never seen before. It's quite miraculous. Yi Wu stared at the heart once more and said, that's right, these are all specialties from my hometown, a place very far from where you are. It's normal not to have seen them before. Dr. Victor was not easily swayed by Yi Wu. He pointed and asked directly, a young man who doesn't even know his way around, yet has so many rare and peculiar props, looks very suspicious. What exactly is your purpose in coming here from such a distant place? Laguna, feeling awkward for continuously questioning the person who had saved his life, replied, Dr. Victor, how can you say that? Although few people come from afar to our place, I can assure you that Yi Wu is definitely a good person. He glared at Laguna, whether he is a good person or not, I will judge for myself. At that moment, he noticed the heart in Yi Wu's hand. Wait, where did you get that thing? Yi Wu answered, this? It's the disease tissue that just fell off the monster. Do you know what it is used for? Dr. Victor stared at the object, his face a mix of astonishment, then said, I came here specifically to seek it. This disease tissue is an extremely rare specimen, only obtainable from the corpses of deceased individuals. Because of it, I have turned over every graveyard, yet found nothing. I never expected it to be on this monster. Laguna, confused, scratched his head and asked, is there a connection to the plague origin? Dr. Victor looked at him and patiently explained, to be honest, disease tissue only has a very slim chance of appearing on the body of someone who died from the disease. If I could obtain it, it would be immensely important for researching the origins of our plague. Yi Wu listened, staring intently at Dr. Victor, thinking, finally, the origin of the plague this time is also related to my purpose. Suddenly, Dr. Victor knelt down, bowing his head before Yi Wu, pleading, may I ask if you could spare it for me? I would be willing to pay whatever amount you desire, I would even bankrupt myself if necessary. Because it is crucial for me. I have searched for it for nearly 2 years. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know if I can persist until I clarify the cause of the plague. Upon hearing Dr. Victor's plea, Yiwu quickly took out the heart and threw it towards him, casually saying, "Consider it free." Dr. Victor looked at him in astonishment. "What?" Yiwu smiled and replied, "Normally, I have the utmost respect for those who strive for their ideals. You dare to face danger for the sake of researching epidemics, even sacrificing your own assets. Your determination greatly impresses me. Why would I need your money?" Hearing this, Dr. Victor felt extremely moved. He said, "Thank you. Not only do you understand the persistence in my career, but you also have a compassionate and selfless heart." He took the red heart in both hands and sincerely said to Yiwu, "Please forgive my previous attitude. You truly do not resemble those who chase after wealth." Yiwu turned to Laguna, furrowing his brow and asking, "What do you mean by that? It sounds like your organization has issues." Laguna awkwardly explained, "There is a bit of a misunderstanding in this matter." Dr. Victor looked at Laguna with the gaze of a grandfather teaching his grandchild, "Laguna, you don't need to speak for them. Do you think that by joining the Hunters Guild they will regard you with importance? Wake up, you and they are not on the same path." Laguna lowered his head in silence. Dr. Victor continued, saying, "That group of beast-faced people, while claiming to protect our safety, actually engages in a number of bad deeds. They bully men and intimidate women. The townsfolk bow their heads whenever they encounter them. If they find someone even slightly displeasing, they get beaten up, and some even have to pay protection fees regularly." Yiwu looked at Laguna and replied, "Isn't this just like a tyrant? Although I had a bit of insight about those three from before." Laguna hurriedly interrupted, "The Hunters Guild I dreamt of is not like this. I don't know when it began to decay like this. People like you, Yiwu, who are both powerful and humble, kind-hearted, are becoming fewer and fewer." At this point, Laguna paused for a moment. Then, gathering all his determination, he shouted, "Since the day I joined the Hunters Guild, I vowed to change this chaos and restore it to its original sacred form." Yiwu looked at him and could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, "You really have a grand determination, wanting to change the entire world." Dr. Victor walked ahead leading the way and said to them, "Let's leave this place first and talk." When we arrived, I tied the carriage quite far away. It should still be there. Yiwu nodded and replied, "All right." Laguna sat in the carriage and asked, "Dr. Victor, if you have been researching for so long, do you have any clues about the origin of the plague?" Victor, steering the carriage, replied, "To be honest, it is embarrassing. Due to the lack of useful materials for research, to this day, I still have not clarified the origin of the plague. However, on the contrary, I have a few leads. According to folk legends, the origin and spread of the plague are related to blood infection transmission." Yiwu sitting next to him exclaimed, "Blood infection transmission?" Victor nodded and continued explaining, "Although I do not believe in this rumor, I cannot dismiss it either. After conducting research from various angles, all the clues point to a mysterious organization known as the Secret Blood Cult." Laguna stood up abruptly and quickly asked, "The Secret Blood Cult? Is it the mysterious organization that worships the ancient god blood in the legends?" Victor glanced at him and replied, "That's correct. But their activities are very unpredictable. I have never seen them in person, so the authenticity of this information still raises many doubts." Yiwu fell silent, listening. In his mind, a thought flickered, ancient god? Is it possible that ancient gods also exist in this world? Victor continued, "In many villages and towns I have visited, there is a saying, when the situation of the epidemic is not too serious, members of the secret blood cult often come to treat patients. The specific medicine they use is said to be related to the ancient god blood." Dr. Victor shook his head, pondered for a moment, then said, "Actually, the rumors about the secret blood cult are quite vague. Some people say that after being treated by the church, patients not only recover but also become healthier. However, there are also those who, after receiving the church's methods, become mentally unstable and eventually turn into monsters. I find it quite absurd to mention this, but these are just rumors with no concrete evidence. Unless we find someone from the secret blood cult to verify, then all of this is meaningless." Therefore, if I have time, I would also like to investigate them. Yi Wu, upon hearing this, immediately asked, actually, in our place, we also have legends related to ancient gods. I wonder if among the ancient gods you mentioned, there is anything similar to a licorn. Dr. Victor calmly replied, of course there is. But we usually call it the thousand-eyed demon. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu felt secretly delighted. How fortunate, this world even ordinary people know the true name of the ancient god. Thus, I should definitely be able to gather more useful information, helping me prepare better when facing them in the future. Thinking this, he quickly asked further, do you know which ancient god the secret blood cult worships? Dr. Victor candidly replied, of course I know its name is the arcane sovereign Beelzebub. Yi Wu suddenly thought, the arcane sovereign Beelzebub. This name sounds like a title of an ancient god, but it carries an unsettling charm. Seeing this, Laguna curiously asked, what is this arcane sovereign you are talking about? I've never heard of it. Yi Wu immediately asked back, you don't know? Laguna replied, as for the secret blood cult, I only know very little. Regarding their beliefs, I am even less informed. Dr. Victor explained, from what I know, the Hunters Guild has quietly been investigating the secret blood cult for a long time. If you don't know about this, dare you say you're not isolated? Laguna awkwardly responded, perhaps it's because I haven't been officially promoted to a full member yet. The system then announced, the progress of the main questline has been updated. It is currently 2/3 completed. Yi Wu thought, I didn't expect it to update right at this moment. This ancient god is surely going to be a pivotal point for me to become the Shadow King. To complete the main questline, I must quickly find the arcane sovereign and facilitate their meeting. While on the way, Yi Wu asked Dr. Victor about the ancient god and the rumors surrounding it. The doctor quietly replied, shoo. Let's stop this topic here. We've discussed enough already. If we keep going, we might end up cursed. Laguna heard this and curiously asked, Doctor, you have always supported science and opposed superstition, so why are you afraid of being cursed this time? Victor answered in a calm tone, what is called science is not only based on results. More importantly, it is about the process and the attitude. When faced with possibilities that are unclear, before witnessing it with our own eyes or experiencing it ourselves, we cannot easily dismiss it. After hearing this, Laguna still felt vague and didn't fully understand the meaning. However, he sensed that the doctor's words seemed very profound. Yi Wu thought to himself, in this complex world with feudal and theological contexts, having such an open-minded perspective is truly valuable. The red moon illuminated the road as the group continued back to town. At this moment, Dr. Victor gently reminded, I've talked too much and feel a bit tired. Laguna, you take the reins. I haven't slept for a few days and need to rest for a bit. Laguna quickly replied, all right. It's still a bit far to the town, and when we arrive, I'll wake you up. Everyone had arrived at the Hunter Guild branch in Avil. Laguna said, we have arrived. This is indeed the main hall for discussions of the guild branch. Yi Wu looked around and noticed it resembled a tavern, so he wondered. Laguna laughed and said, it does look a bit like that. Now, let's go inside. He turned around and called, Dr. Victor, wake up. As Yi Wu stepped in, he saw the tavern was quite crowded and asked, what are those 3 counters for? Laguna explained, those 3 windows are for providing and accepting missions, reporting missions, and buying or trading items. We will also need to report our mission this time. After hearing that, Yi Wu said, so it's not much different from a black market, just that it's much more primitive. Looking up at the second floor, he curiously asked, what's up there? Laguna replied, that area is reserved for senior members of the guild. I have never been up there either. Suddenly, a girl ran out, calling, Father. She recognized that it was Dr. Marina's daughter and said, Father really has returned. I was so worried. The doctor smiled and responded, why are you crying? Is that all you can do, cry? Father is back safe and sound. Your father will never let anything happen. Maina rubbed her eyes and gently said, thank you, Laguna. Thanks to you, I finally get to reunite with my dad. Laguna felt a bit shy upon hearing this. He awkwardly smiled. Actually, I didn't do much. The biggest credit goes to Yi Wu. Hearing Yi Wu's name, Meina turned to look at him, her eyes full of curiosity. It seemed she and Yi Wu had never met before. Yi Wu replied in a calm voice, "It's just what I should do. Helping others is a joy, especially when it's for a dedicated doctor like Dr. Vic." Meina felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this. She lowered her head and softly said, "Well, I still have to thank you. Thank you for saving my father." Meina glanced at Yi Wu once more. In her heart, she thought, he really is a quite charming guy. Thinking this, she couldn't help but compare. Though Laguna is a bit more handsome, the strong aura of Yi Wu truly captivates people. Suddenly, a flurry of imaginative thoughts flashed through her mind. What if both of these guys were pursuing me? What should I do? It would be so hard to choose. At that moment, Dr. Vic approached, pulling Meina out of her daydream. He reminded her, his voice stern, "Your crush on handsome guys has flared up again. If there's nothing going on, don't go out to the lobby. It's filled with a bunch of men who smell bad. Aren't you disgusted?" Meina blushed hearing this, quickly leaving without daring to say another word. Meina woke up right after being hit by her father. It hurt so much. Isn't someone supposed to take care of others? This father and son duo turned their faces as quickly as they flipped their hands. This time's harvest is not small. I need to grasp the time to return for research. Farewell for now. Yi Wu, if you're interested, you're welcome to come visit. My house is near the bell tower. Just go out of here and turn left for 200 meters to reach it. The father and son took their leave, and Meina waved her hand. You must come to my house. Yi Wu saw this and could only express his resignation towards this father and son duo. I still need to think about whether to go or not. Laguna cheerfully said, Meina has always been this way. Let's go, it's time to take on the mission. As Laguna was standing in the mission assignment corridor, someone suddenly called from behind, "Oh, isn't this Laguna? You're still alive and back." Avil looked at Laguna with a sarcastic tone. It truly surprises others. Previously, when you took on the higher level mission, we all thought you were sure to die. What bad luck you've had. Laguna replied, "You're not wrong, I was truly very lucky." The mission officer then called Laguna over, and Laguna handed her the report book. Yes, here is the report of this mission along with the designation of the 3 fallen teammates. The task assigner saw this and immediately panicked. No way? That is their signal from Lei Rang. The people around them were also alarmed. Both of them have died. I heard they only went to carry out an extremely simple task. Laguna explained, I met them on the road, and they said they would help me handle this task. Unfortunately, they ran into a high-level variant and met with an accident. I am very sorry. Fatly then accused Laguna, you are lying. You must have plotted to harm them. With your level, how could you possibly complete this mission? Laguna retorted, I did not harm them, they sought their own doom. Moreover, this time I had Yi Wu's assistance, and fortunately, Chatina came to the rescue. Sa Dian stepped in to resolve the situation. Alright, the mission has been completed. As for whether he lied or not, and the cause of Lei Rang's death, we will investigate thoroughly ourselves. There is no need for debate here. Sa Dian congratulated Laguna. Congratulations, Laguna. From today onwards, you are officially a hunter. Laguna, upon hearing this, was delighted and said, Yes, I am very honored. Sa Dian immediately raised his hand to cast the spell. This was the tool used to perform the blessing ritual, right? Chatina immediately praised Laguna, saying, Well done, keep it up. I hope one day you will become the pride of the Hunters Guild. Receiving such praise, Laguna felt a bit flustered and replied, I will do my best. Captain Avil, seeing this, burst out laughing derisively. The light surrounding you is a soft pink, huh? Master, this kid must be really excited right now. Yi Wu stood there, also feeling happy for Laguna. He muttered, Oh, it seems this is an important turning point in his life. Out of the blue, Chatina turned to look at Yi Wu and said, "Huh? Are you being eyed by someone at level 150? Saying that, she suddenly moved closer to Yi Wu, causing him to awkwardly freeze. Yi Wu thought to himself, what is she planning to do? My current state is basically unable to confront her. Chatina tilted her head, took a light breath, and said, "Stranger, you have a very unusual scent about you." The crowd began to stir as they saw Chatina actively approaching Yi Wu. Some people whispered, Chatina actually took the initiative to approach a stranger? Could it be that the captain has taken a liking to this kid? No way. Chatina is my ultimate idol. How can I let a fool take her away? Seeing this, Chatina immediately said something that made everyone both scared and in awe of her coolness. Whoever makes noise again, I will send that person to meet the ancient god. Daiha, upon hearing this, covered his face and thought to himself, why do I always end up provoking such focal characters? Is it possible that the kingly aura around me cannot conceal this? Yi Wu then asked Chatina, you mentioned earlier that I have a strange scent, what kind of scent is it? Chatina replied, well, I am very sensitive to scents. Just one whiff, and I can remember it clearly. But there is a smell on you that I have never encountered before. Yi Wu, hearing this, forced a smile, perhaps it's because I come from a different place. Chatina shook her head, that's not it. The scent on you is indeed very unusual. But compared to the scent of someone from another place, this feeling is more like a deep sense of distance, hard to pinpoint. Yi Wu suddenly felt flustered, what is this girl's nose? How can it be so sensitive? Could it be that she has discovered my otherworldly identity just by the scent? Laguna, sensing the atmosphere was a bit tense, spoke up to explain, Chatina, the captain. Although Yi Wu is from another place, he is definitely a good person. I can vouch for him. Chatina smiled, I have no doubt about you, Yi Wu. It's just that, as you can see, our place is not exactly friendly to outsiders. If you want to stay in this place for a long time, it's best to have a convenient identity, for example, as a hunter. Chatina said, surprising Yi Wu, if you're interested in participating, I can make an exception and recommend you. But Yi Wu firmly declined, me, a hunter? Thank you for your kindness, but my rank is not eligible to be a hunter. It would be better to find a lighter job. Yi Wu thought to himself, isn't this just wanting to arrange me under their watch for easy monitoring? Everyone around was very surprised to hear him decline. Chatina was willing to recommend him. He actually refused? Am I dreaming? How dare he refuse Chatina's invitation? One person couldn't help but feel angry, I must kill him. Someone else quickly stopped him, shut up. Be careful not to really anger sister, there won't be a good ending. Yi Wu stood there, knowing he could only remain silent. He observed the surroundings for a moment and remarked, this place is much more peaceful than the town I previously visited. There are very few people infected with the plague origin. As for the special skill of the Shadow King, Yi Wu remembered something, that's right, that special skill seems to stem from this characteristic. Even blood can be easily consumed later. Laguna responded, perhaps it's because the previous town didn't have a hunter's guild. Wherever our guild is present, whether it's a powerful cult or a secret blood cult, it's not easy for them to infiltrate. Naturally, that place is much more stable. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu had some speculation in his heart, this situation further proves my guess about the origin of the plague according to the rumors. He felt curious about the secret blood cult and asked, do you really not know any more information about the secret blood cult? Laguna replied, I'm not sure, but within the guild, there must be more news. When I reach a higher rank and have broader authority, I will definitely help you investigate. Yi Wu continued to ask, but why are you interested in such a cult? Yi Wu seemed to be hiding something and replied ambiguously, it's nothing, I was just asking casually. Suddenly, a group of people burst through the door, shouting loudly, it's Laguna, the one we called for. We heard there's free alcohol here and a hunter who isn't afraid of getting drunk. So we came to drink with Laguna. Everyone in the group, full of fighting spirit, chanted in unison, who's afraid of whom? we won't leave until we're drunk today. The whole group responded, alright, we won't leave until we're drunk. Yi Wu, seeing this, immediately became cautious. You guys drink slowly, I don't even know how expensive things are in this world. Suddenly, the system announced sarcastically, Yi Wu, it seems you are looking down on my poverty? The debts have increased again. Please regularly check your balance, master. Yi Wu was annoyed. I know already, it's so annoying. After drinking to their heart's content, Laguna said a few words. Yi Wu, you are being too modest. With your abilities, after joining the Hunter Guild, you should be able to level up quickly. The basic rank shouldn't be a problem. Yi Wu replied, you think too highly of me. I really am not suited to be a hunter. Chatina, seeing this, did not press the matter further. If that's the case, I won't insist. If you change your mind, you can always come to see me. Goodbye. Serena also bid farewell to Yi Wu. Young man, if fate allows, we will meet again. Laguna, however, persisted in trying to persuade Yi Wu once more. Yi Wu, are you really not reconsidering? This is an extremely rare opportunity. Leader Chatina has never directly recommended anyone to join the Hunter Guild. Yi Wu bluntly replied, I've made up my mind. Don't persuade me anymore. Laguna had no choice but to give in to Yi Wu's determination. Alright, fine. Yi Wu said nothing more, only thinking to himself, right now, I don't have time to be a hunter. I must find a way to speed up the main storyline and leave this coercion as soon as possible. Yi Wu asked, System, what progress of the main quest line must be reached to return to the real world? The system replied, the progress of the first forced mission must reach 10% to return to reality. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu rejoiced, only 10%? Then it should be completed quickly. Help me speed up the progress a bit. At that moment, Yi Wu suddenly had a congratulatory message for Laguna. Everyone, today is a joyful day for my brother. Today Laguna officially becomes a hunter. I hope everyone will support my brother in the future. To show my sincerity, I invite all of you here to drink tonight. Please feel free. Laguna was taken aback. Yi Wu, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Hearing that, everyone happily responded to Yi Wu's goodwill. This brother of yours is amazing. With such spirit, I, Laguna, pledge to support you. Waiter, bring me 10 bottles of god blood from 82. Today we won't go home until we are drunk. Anyone who doesn't get drunk is a turtle hiding in its shell. Ha ha. Laguna felt a little shy. I'm really sorry for this kind of extravagance. Yi Wu replied, no need to be polite. Aren't you very concerned about the relationships among hunters? So let's take this opportunity to dispel all those worries. Laguna felt that a thank you was not enough. He sincerely said, thank you, Yi Wu. You are truly thoughtful. He opened the server and updated the mission progress. Currently, the progress had only reached 6%. In the festive atmosphere of the party, the main character could not be absent. Everyone quickly pulled Laguna into the center. Laguna, you are the main character. Why are you hiding here drinking? Come on, over here. Laguna awkwardly hesitated and replied, wait a minute. Seeing my friend being pulled into the lively scene, I couldn't help but smile. Go on, you are the center of attention tonight. As everyone continued to raise their glasses in celebration, I sat back in a corner to ponder. This world is like a special dungeon. If you can spend money here, there must be a way to earn it too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To build a base, I need an enormous sum of 5 billion. Additionally, I must bear a debt of 500 million. With the current speed of making money, it is certainly not enough. I must make the most of this opportunity to earn a large sum. While the people around continued to joyfully drink, I was busy contemplating my next plan. Tomorrow, I need to find Dr. Vic to ask for more information about the plague's origin. I must find out its source and create a remedy. Afterwards, I will sell this remedy to the nation. That will be the way to help me resolve my current financial difficulties. He thought, in this way, I can save the people of this country, earn a large sum of money without any effort. Truly, one arrow hits 3 targets. This alternate world is more meaningful than I imagined. Everyone was drinking without knowing when to stop, continuously downing their glasses. He wondered, who was left? This is what number of glasses already? Yi Wu, seeing this, couldn't help but say, this is the 10th glass. He thought, damn, this kid's stomach is like a bottomless pit? After a few drinks, Laguna became quite arrogant. You all are too weak, trying to get me drunk? You need to call a few more people over. Seeing this, everyone took the opportunity to push further. They said, just wait, we will go call more people. Yi Wu was a bit surprised and praised Laguna. I didn't expect your alcohol tolerance to be that good. Laguna replied, actually, I've been like this since I was young. No matter if it's water or liquor, as long as it's a liquid, I can drink it very well, completely without limits. Suddenly, a special announcement rang out. Due to the exchange rate disparity between this world and the real world, the current rate is 1 to 1,000. Therefore, the 500 gold coins spent on drinks last night is equivalent to deducting 500,000 gold coins. Yi Wu shouted, why didn't you mention something this important sooner? If I had known the prices here were so high, I wouldn't have wasted it like this. Laguna pulled Yi Wu, asking, what's wrong, Yi Wu? You look out of spirits. Did you not sleep well last night? Or would you like to take a little more time to rest? There's no need to rush to Dr. Victor's house. Yi Wu replied, it's nothing, just something else. Don't mind me, I'm fine. Laguna looked at him, showing concern. Is it something related to the Hunters Guild? Are you really not thinking at all about that? I just want to say that if you're by my side, I feel very reassured. Moreover, if we work together on the mission, it will surely go smoothly. Yi Wu answered, you don't need to worry about that. Although I haven't joined the Hunters Guild, as long as you need me, I will act alongside you. No matter what enemies we face, you can charge ahead without concern. I will support you with all my strength. Laguna, hearing this, was delighted. Really? Thank you so much, Yi Wu. We've only known each other for a short time, yet you are so willing to help me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude enough. Yi Wu smiled and replied, it's nothing. I believe in fate. As soon as I arrived in this foreign land, I met you, which shows we have a special connection. But honestly, I also don't know if I'm helping you or inadvertently pushing you toward a dark path. Perhaps I never realized that I myself am driving you toward such an outcome. The updated report system shows that the current progress of the main task line has reached 8%. Yi Wu said, no matter what, let me walk with you on the final path of destiny. Laguna replied, the bell tower is here, right? Yi Wu nodded, yes, it's here. He called out loudly, Dr. Victor. We have arrived. A voice resonated from inside, is that Yi Wu? The door isn't locked, come in quickly. Yi Wu pushed the door open and stepped inside, saying, sorry for the interruption. Mena saw him and her eyes lit up, welcome, you two handsome guys. Do you want to have breakfast first, or do something else? Before she could finish, Dr. Victor interrupted, gruffly saying, Marina, aren't you already embarrassed enough? Cough cough. Yi Wu noticed something was off and asked, Doctor, what's wrong with you? You look worse than before. Mena answered in his place, Father just got back yesterday and buried himself in research. But there hasn't been any progress, he's stuck there. As a result, he hasn't slept a wink all night. No matter how much I advised him, he wouldn't listen. She paused for a moment and added, oh, have you two noticed if I've changed at all? Have you? Haven't you? Victor pushed her away and said sternly, stop spouting nonsense. Quickly go prepare breakfast, I've told you already. Mena smiled and said, yes, I will go right away. Yi Wu asked, is there something wrong in the research process? Victor sighed and said, to be honest, I feel really embarrassed. It's all my fault for not having enough ability. If we want to analyze the internal structure of the pathological tissue, we definitely need to use a high-purity solvent. Even though I have intermediate drug formulation skills, I spent the whole night but couldn't prepare a solvent with the required purity. This has led to no progress in the research. Yi Wu asked, "Do you have a formulation map? Or should I give it a try?" Victor was surprised. "You understand about drug formulation?" Yi Wu scratched his head, just a bit. Hearing this, Victor turned around and said, "No need. I've already asked a friend from the Formulation Association to come help. Matters related to medicine should be handled by professionals." Yi Wu nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Victor, old fellow, you called me over so early because you're dealing with some trouble again? Why are you always so useless? You keep making me cover for you." Victor smiled and said, "Jose Master, I can only rely on you." Jose scoffed, "I'm very busy, but out of respect for our friendship from school, I came to help you." Victor replied, Yes, I'm bothering you." Yi Wu asked, "What is the background of this person? Are high-level pharmacists very rare among you?" The demeanor of this superior being is quite impressive. Laguna replied, "Right now, because the plague origin is spreading, the epidemic prevention medicine produced by the Royal Pharmacists Association is extremely rare. Who wouldn't respect them a little bit?" Yi Wu wondered, since the epidemic prevention medicine is available, haven't they found out the source of the toxin yet? Laguna explained, however, the supply has been monopolized by other races. Prices have been consistently driven up, and the status of the Pharmacists Association has also risen accordingly. Yi Wu thought, it seems that there must be something concealed within this matter. Each high-level pharmacist has such status. So who is the master pharmacist in charge of making the medicine? Laguna replied, "Of course. There is only one master pharmacist in the whole country, the president of the Royal Pharmacists Association. It is said that he has been brought into the palace to treat the diseases of the royal family. His treatment is equivalent to that of an honored minister, ranking below one person but above millions." Hearing this, Yi Wu's eyes brightened. "Then my opportunity to make money has come. As long as I reveal my identity as the master pharmacist, wouldn't I be afraid of not having people bring thousands of gold to curry favor with me?" Yi Wu silently vowed that, plus the exchange rate differences, he must prepare to make this huge amount of money. He told himself, "Thank you, system. I had wronged you before." Just in time, the notification system activated the repair mission to eliminate the plague origin. The current progress is 0%. The side quest will not affect the return time. He suddenly thought, so there's a side quest too. But luckily, it won't delay the return time. Moreover, it coincides perfectly with my purpose. Plus, there's a chance to receive a nice reward. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, causing everyone to scream in panic, "Be careful! What the hell is this? I almost lost my life." Victor shook his head, "I didn't expect even you to fail." The student helped Jose to his feet, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Jose grumbled, "Do I look okay to you? Even I can't formulate the resonance of this diseased tissue. It seems the purity isn't sufficient yet. We'll have to invite the president to take action." Victor questioned, "You mean invite the president? But he's in the palace, and ordinary people can't meet him. Besides, can we even manage to invite him?" Jose replied, "If we don't try, how will we know? It's all your damn toys that sparked my curiosity. But I can't handle it. If not the best expert in potion formulation, then only the president can solve it." Before Jose could finish, Yi Wu smiled, "Well then, maybe not. If you all are at a loss, why not let me give it a shot?" Everyone was surprised. A loud voice asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this, the people around scolded, "This kind of academic experiment requires caution. What does a stranger like you understand? Get out, don't cause more trouble." Yi Wu remained calm and replied, "You all say this is academic, but if you prohibit experimentation, how can you know right from wrong? Some were unhappy and interjected, "I don't understand. What right do you have to speak here?" Victor stepped forward, trying to mediate, "Everyone, please don't act rashly. Yiwu is my benefactor. Moreover, the diseased tissue we are using today was provided by him. Without his help, this experiment could not have been carried out." Jose was surprised. "So the diseased tissue was obtained by him?" "Victor, you're not lying to me, are you?" Victor nodded, answering firmly, "Of course it's true. Thanks to Yiwu, we obtained that advanced variant. But he is, after all, someone from a different place, and he is not familiar with the rules here. Please be more forgiving." Jose looked at Yiwu and asked suspiciously, "Do you really understand how to formulate medicine?" Yiwu smiled faintly and said, "Just a bit of understanding." Another person scoffed and mocked, "Kid, you'd better take care of yourself. You look like someone who knows how to formulate medicine? You don't have a whiff of medicine on you, on the contrary, all I smell is the scent of unprocessed milk." "Ha ha." Laguna frowned and said, "You don't understand anything. Yiwu is much more capable than you guys. He was able to defeat that level 45 mutated beast with just 2 potions." Another person interjected, "Even if he's good at fighting, making potions is a completely different matter. I advise your friend not to embarrass himself and not to waste our time." Jose thought silently, indeed, recovery potions can harm the immortal type monsters, but to use 2 potions to eliminate a level 45 immortal beast, it must be high-grade recovery potions at the very least. These types of potions are not only rare but also extremely expensive. This person is truly astonishing. Jose looked at Yiwu and said, "Kid, if you claim to understand potion making, you must know that in academia, we do not tolerate any deceit. I can give you an opportunity. But if you fail, I will impose the strictest penalties, even expulsion. Do you understand?" Yiwu calmly replied, "I understand that very well. But what I want to know right now is, if I succeed, how much will my reward be?" Laguna unexpectedly said, "Yiwu, do you really want to do this? What if you get expelled? The power of the Royal Pharmacists Association is quite significant." Jose laughed, "Kid, you're quite greedy, but I don't dislike greedy people, as long as they truly have enough capability. If you can successfully analyze the diseased tissue, it will be a tremendous contribution to the research on the origin of the plague. I will offer you 10,000 gold coins." Everyone was surprised to hear this. 10,000 gold coins is equivalent to 10 years of their salary. The Royal Pharmacists Association is indeed generous. Yiwu replied, "Let's decide on that, I am ready to begin." Jose said, "Please," but in his heart, he thought, "It's just for show. I've spent 10 years of hard training to achieve a high level of potion making, even I can't do it. How could a kid in his teens possibly accomplish it? Moreover, many of the tools have been destroyed now." In the meantime, Yiwu began his research. Fortunately, the system had automatically converted the language into a common style, otherwise, the writing of this other world would indeed be quite hard to understand. Looking at the documents on the preparation methods and mixing ratios, Yiwu was confident that there would be no issues arising. The main problem lay with the pharmacists themselves. However, in front of these people from another world, using the abilities from his potion-making account wouldn't be appropriate. Yiwu had no choice but to rely on manual work. Although Yiwu had never used these tools before, thanks to his enhanced account abilities, the medicinal materials and tools became as familiar to him as old friends. Everyone was amazed. This kid is completely unlike someone from outside the industry and has no rank at all. He must be very skilled. Victor added, "His broadcasting work has been quite strong lately. No wonder he is so confident." However, only Jose did not think highly of it. He said, "This action is merely a basic operation. The purity of the medicine is the only standard to test the final effectiveness." A moment later, Yiwu presented a shimmering yellow vial. "It's done," he said. Jose gasped, unable to believe it. "How can this be? I've tried many times, but either the medicine lacks purity, or when the purity is too high, it causes violent reactions and even explodes. He snatched the vial and took it for testing. Can I do this? If you say it's not possible, let me verify whether it works or not. Everyone focused, anxiously waiting. As the medicine began to change, they exclaimed in surprise, "There's a change. The solution is gradually harmonizing and transforming. Could it finally be a success? Look, it seems there's another transformation." He tried to concentrate and waited a little longer. Suddenly, the mixture fell to the floor, leaving everyone stunned. What just happened? How did it happen so quickly? We didn't even have time to react. Hey, that young man asked, "This thing won't move again, will it?" Victor interrupted, "Don't go near it, let me handle it. I've already confirmed that it doesn't spread through the air, but the risk of infection through close contact still exists." Yiwu thought, "Let's wait and see. I've heard that the plague origin battle is related to an ancient god. My next objective is to find the secret blood cult to learn more about the arcane sovereign, BINHC. This is not only related to the main and side quests in this world, but it also directly affects my personal safety." She continued to analyze. "Now I know news about two ancient gods, but I'm completely in the dark about other matters. Are they hiding in the main world or in the subworlds? I must take this opportunity to investigate clearly and come up with a countermeasure. If not, it's like having a blade hanging over my head, which can cause danger at any time." Everyone was astonished and asked each other, "So this kid has really succeeded? His potion-making skills are truly incredible." Jose also had to acknowledge, "I can't deny it, I misjudged. You really have talent, and your strength even surpasses mine. It's true that there are always higher mountains. I never expected this to happen." Yiwu looked at Jose with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "You are young, but your proficiency in potion making is remarkably high. You are indeed a talent. However, why have I never heard of you before?" Yiwu calmly replied, "It's because I do not care much about my reputation, I only focus on the benefits." "So, my fee, master, you surely won't go back on your word, will you?" Jose nodded and responded, "Of course not. It's just that I haven't brought much money with me today. Here are 1,000 gold coins to give you up front, I will settle the rest quickly. Don't worry, I'm not a man of bad faith. Once I make a promise, I never break it." Yiwu took the bag of money, nodded, and said, "No problem." In his heart, he happily thought, being a pharmacist really is a fast way to make money. Moreover, the exchange rate difference between these two worlds can help me reap quite a substantial profit. In the future, I must maximize my earning potential from this profession. Jose suddenly displayed a warm, sincere look and said, "Additionally, I have a request. I hope you can grant it." Yiwu decisively replied, "Go ahead. As long as it can earn me money, everything is negotiable." Without hesitation, Jose immediately responded, "I hope to invite you to join the Royal Pharmacists Association. Would you accept?" The onlookers were stunned. A master like Jose is inviting a young man to join the Royal Pharmacists Association? Such treatment has never happened before. How many people have tried to get in and were turned away at the door? Yet Yiwu was being invited directly. Even so, those witnessing it could not help but acknowledge, the strength Yiwu displayed just now truly deserves this invitation. Yiwu said, "This is somewhat beyond my expectations. If you have invited me directly like this, you must have prepared the conditions and corresponding benefits, right, Mr. Jose?" Jose replied, "Negotiating here is not appropriate, let's discuss in my office. Please." Yiwu turned to ask Dr. Victor and Laguna, "Are you guys coming with me?" Laguna nodded, "Yes, I will go with you." In contrast, Dr. Victor declined, "I still have to catch up on my research time, I can't go with you." However, as Yiwu and Laguna were about to enter the office, they were blocked. Not allowed. The association has regulations prohibiting hunters from entering the association, the staff said. Yiwu questioned, "Why? Is the relationship between your church and the Pharmacists Association not good?" Laguna explained, the internal reasons are somewhat complex, I don't quite know either. Yiwu said to Jose, Laguna is my good brother, he must accompany me. The staff seemed hesitant, but Jose casually said, no problem. If we want to negotiate, I should show some sincerity. However, I hope this friend of yours can conceal the hunter's weapon to avoid unnecessary trouble. After that, he invited both to the carriage, the association's branch is a little ways away. You two follow me and ride in the carriage. Yiwu responded, then I will obey. On the car, Yiwu questioned, earlier you said this place is a branch? Mr. Jose replied, that's right, the Royal Pharmacists Association has branches all over the country. I grew up in this town, so I was appointed as the head of this branch. By the way, the headquarters of the Pharmacists Association is located in the Imperial City, about 2 or 3 days' journey from here. Yiwu said, the Imperial City, huh? If I get the chance, I definitely have to take a trip there. Before long, they arrived in front of the branch. Yiwu exclaimed, even the branch has such grandeur, it's no wonder the Royal Pharmacists Association is so wealthy and dignified within the palace. Mr. Jose replied, for the Pharmacists Association, no matter how luxurious the facilities are, they are useless. You outsiders wait out here. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter the office. Understood, the subordinates replied in unison. Yes, Yiwu added. Once inside the office, Yiwu opened the conversation, seeing your mysterious demeanor, you surely have deeper intentions. I don't like beating around the bush, just speak plainly. You want me to join the Royal Pharmacists Association, so what is your goal? Hearing that, Mr. Jose was somewhat pleased and replied, you are very intelligent, and I enjoy associating with intelligent people. So I will get straight to the point. I want you to help me become the new president of the Royal Pharmacists Association. Laguna Shock said, what? Yiwu suddenly asked, huh? Then why did you choose me? I am from another place, and I heard that this place is very unfriendly to outsiders. Mr. Jose calmly replied, it is precisely because you are an outsider that you are more suitable. Your background is clean, not belonging to any forces. Only someone like you can I trust. But this is just one of the factors. The most important thing is that your strength is enough to stand alongside the president. I need your abilities. Yiwu continued to question, if you think I already have such abilities, why should I help you? Wouldn't it be better for me to become the president myself? Mr. Jose took a deep breath and then responded, I can see that you are not that kind of person. You are not the type who has ambitions for power and status. Moreover, you are just an outsider here, with no place to rely on. No matter how great your skills are, without connections and supporting resources, it would be difficult to advance far in the field of medicine. You are an intelligent person, and you surely understand this principle. I can satisfy your desire for wealth. As long as you help me become the new president, in the future, half of the association's income will belong to you. Laguna was shocked to hear such conditions. Even if it's just half of the income, that's still an incredibly large number, to the point of being hard to believe. This is really suspicious. Yiwu also thought similarly. As soon as he arrived, he proposed such significant benefits, it's hard not to raise suspicions. Avil beside them said, but master, judging by his expression, he doesn't seem to be lying. Yiwu asked, to climb to the position of president while being willing to give up enormous profits, that seems somewhat contradictory. What's his true motivation? Mr. Jose responded, it may seem contradictory, but fame and profit can be clearly distinguished. You pursue profit, while what I seek is fame. He continued, the Royal Pharmacists Association has become corrupted, even decadent. Since the current president took office, he has colluded with the nobility, exploiting the monopoly on drug production to reap enormous profits. After the outbreak, this phenomenon has only worsened. I still remember vividly. My mother died because we couldn't afford medicine. I vowed before her corpse that I would become an exceptional pharmacist, creating drugs that ordinary people could afford. He continued, but the more I strive, the deeper I sink into the vortex of enormous interests that cannot be changed. Even if I become a senior pharmacist, I can only go along with the crowd, colluding in wrongdoing. If not, I will be consumed by it. He paused for a moment, then pointed at Yi Wu. Now there is an opportunity to turn the tide. Mr. Yi Wu, with your master formulation skills, combined with my resources and networks, we can completely collaborate. As long as we research and develop a real cure for the plague origin, we can suppress the president's reputation. From there, we can overthrow him and gain the dominant rights of the Pharmacists Association. Do you agree to help me with this? Avil, standing next to Yi Wu, spoke up. This dialogue may sound very fake, but I have verified it 3 times. This old man is not lying, it is true. Yi Wu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Although your purpose is filled with grand ideals and righteousness, I support your decision. After all, it is becoming increasingly rare for someone in a high position like you to still maintain a conscience. Moreover, having the opportunity to earn money while saving people, I have no reason to refuse. He shook hands with Mr. Jose. The latter, full of gratitude, said, "That's wonderful, thank you, Yi Wu. I assure you that I will definitely keep my word. However, there is one thing I must apologize to you for. Previously, I promised to give you 10,000 gold coins, but I'm afraid it may not be possible to settle it immediately. I currently only have 4,000 gold coins available. This is all the money I can mobilize at the moment. Although my income is quite high, most of it goes towards providing free medicinal preparations for Victor to help treat the poor. As for the remaining 5,000 gold coins, I ask for a little time to make up for it." Yi Wu replied, "It's fine. You can cover the remaining amount with the potion formulation maps and necessary materials. But it would be best to have high-level or master-level maps." Mr. Jose expressed his appreciation, saying, "Thank you for your understanding. The maps and materials you're aiming for, you can take. However, some valuable master-level maps are kept in the association's treasury. As long as I am still the president, you will have the freedom to choose." Yi Wu agreed and said, "Then let's decide on that." Mr. Jose also nodded in agreement. "All right, a deal is a deal." After finishing the negotiations, it was late, and the blood moon was overhead. Yi Wu and Laguna walked home together. Yi Wu remarked, "Is it already this late?" Laguna replied, "That's right." You two were quite animated in your conversation, but most of the academic issues left me confused. Yi Wu suddenly spoke up, "Are you hungry? How about we go to the best restaurant in town for a meal? I have money now." Laguna laughed heartily, "If you have money, go ahead and enjoy it." However, on their way, the two were blocked by a group of strangers. Both were startled. Yi Wu asked loudly, "Who are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the group rushed in to attack. Laguna immediately drew his sword to parry the first blow. He warned, "Yi Wu, be careful." With just one blocked strike, Laguna's health dropped to 30%. Yi Wu looked at the unexpected situation and quickly activated his electric shield and brandished a level 45 weapon. He was worried, could these be members of the secret blood cult? I never expected them to come after us so quickly. The group of strangers swung their arms, shattering the electric shield in just 1 second. Yi Wu exclaimed in astonishment, "So fast! Their strength is too powerful, their level is much higher than ours." As Yi Wu was lost in thought, Laguna pushed him to the side. He shouted, "Yi Wu, run quickly. I will hold them off." Yi Wu wanted to stop him and hurriedly said, "Laguna, don't do anything foolish. We can't win against them." In the tense situation, the system notification rang out, quest progress updated to 10%. Criteria met for return. The host will immediately return to the real world. Yi Wu, hearing this, was at a loss for words and irritably exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Why does it have to happen right now?" He yelled back, "Laguna, wait for me." But immediately, Yi Wu was pulled back into the real world. Baby Beetle saw him wake up and asked, "Yi Wu, you're awake. But who is Laguna?" Jia Wangchuan stood in front of him, serious, "You suddenly fainted. I thought something unexpected had happened. But now it seems you are fine. Yiwu was still dazed, his mind in turmoil. Finally, I've returned to the real world, but why at such a crucial moment? He asked, how long was I out? Baby Beetle replied, it must have been a while. After the red blood faded, we found you unconscious on the ground. As we rushed over, you woke up. Yiwu pondered and realized that time in the other world seemed to have temporarily stopped. He silently asked the system, what is the situation in Laguna's world now? The system responded, after the host leaves, time in the Shadow King world will temporarily pause. However, since the quest line has not yet concluded, the host will be forcibly teleported back there again after 240 hours. Yiwu thought, once I'm forced by the teleportation talisman, won't I return to the moment when the 3 black-clad assassins ambush me? Laguna's life is hanging by a thread. I must find a way to break this impasse. It seems the next 10 days will be crucial. During this time, I need to proactively maximize the offensive capabilities of the account the Alchemy Master. Otherwise, I'll be dead as soon as I come back. Jia Wangchuan, seeing Yiwu's dazed expression, curiously asked, what are you thinking so intently about? Facing a pile of equipment and acting so nonchalant is unlike you at all. Yiwu was taken aback by the question, then laughed, perhaps it's a side effect from using that ultimate move earlier. I'm still feeling a bit dazed. But this time, we all experienced life and death together. Especially since I've used up all my reserved ultimate moves, there are no more secrets between us. How about we form an alliance? Yiwu suggested. On the surface, I still maintain a nonchalant attitude, but I am silently proposing to share intelligence and resources so we can become stronger together. What do you think? Jia Wangchuan calmly replied, if you still have the mindset to utter these deceptive words, it seems your mind has come back to its senses. Upon hearing this, Yiwu merely chuckled, Shuailu also said, you should try less to befriend me. Although I helped you during the last battle, that doesn't mean I will continue to do so in the future. Friends today can become enemies tomorrow, so I hope you remember my words. Hearing these outright rejections, Yiwu thought to himself, TSK, these people are really not easy to deceive. Shuailu interjected, her tone filled with implication, however, your ultimate move truly opened my eyes. 200 million is indeed worth it. She approached Yiwu, gently kissing his hand as a mark. Then she leaned closer, touching his forehead and leaving a snowflake-shaped mark. This debt is not settled yet. 200 million and that strike I have noted down. Don't hope to escape easily. Shuailu smiled and continued, this magic will follow you to the ends of the earth. Even if you hide underground, I am willing to dig 3 meters of land to find you. Hearing this, Yiwu reacted, oh. Shuailu transformed into snow and gradually melted into the air. She said to Yiwu, let me give you a sincere piece of advice, after this battle, you will definitely attract the attention of the high-ranking figures of Huangjiang. Be careful not to let them scheme against you. Otherwise, if you die, I won't know who to ask for my debt. Upon hearing Shuailu's words, Yiwu thought to himself, do I need to be this cautious? I'm not the kind of person who doesn't repay my debts. Even though she didn't specify the timeframe for repayment, it seems quite chivalrous. Considering the worsening relationship between Han Mo and Huangjiang, perhaps I will meet her again soon. Who knows, they might even send her to assassinate me. After that, Yiwu spoke, well, I'm going to go pick up the equipment now. Jia Wangchuan agreed, go ahead. Thanks to you, we were able to defeat the boss, so that reward belongs to you. At that moment, the system's voice sounded, congratulations to the host for defeating the final boss of the dungeon, receiving a reward of 50 million, a bonus of 100 million, particularly unlocking the Shadow King with a consumption of 700 million. However, because the completion speed of the main mission line of the Shadow King reached 10%, the consumption has been correspondingly exempted. The actual amount now only remains at 630 million. Upon hearing about the discount, Yiwu couldn't help but feel delighted. He thought, completing the main task line and still getting a discount. So if I achieve 100%, can I get back the money I've spent? However, the system's response quickly extinguished the budding dream. The consumed portion will definitely not be refunded. Please don't dream. Yi Wu pouted, humph. The equipment he received included Insect God's Limb, a crafting material that is extremely sharp, can be used to craft weapons and enhance attack power. Insect God's Giant Wings, a crafting material of soft, transparent insect wings that can be used to craft weapons, enhancing the agility and defense attributes of the equipment. Epic Poison Magic Crystals 800. Additionally, there is Black Slakes 3, an old mysterious broken stone slab that seems to have some strange symbols drawn on it. If a sufficient quantity is assembled, unexpected events might occur. Oswald's helmet, when worn, seems to turn one into a scheming individual, enhancing intellect, used for alchemy and potion making. The power of construction tools increases by 30%. Receiving this equipment, Yi Wu was so delighted that his mouth fell open. This equipment has arrived just in time. Although its appearance is a bit ugly, as long as I turn off the effect of the helmet, I won't see it anymore. System notification for the next equipment, Magic Sword Cartier. This magic sword is covered by cursed energy, and using it requires a strong mental preparation. Attributes: when attacking, there is a high chance of inflicting additional curse effects on the enemy. The curse includes significantly reducing movement speed and causing random damage every 5 seconds, ranging from 1% to 50% of the current life value. Upon receiving this sword, Yi Wu thought, I can give it to Qixi to take advantage of her passive ability, enhancing the curse effect, suitable for the sword's characteristics. System notification: Star Bow is another piece of equipment. This bow has a dazzling appearance, shimmering with brilliance, reminiscent of the legendary elves. Attributes: when attacking, the bow creates armor-breaking effects, which can stack, increasing the physical damage that the target suffers. Yi Wu thought, this weapon can be given to Yin Fei, as the armor-breaking effect will provide great support. System notification: Insect God Barrier. The Insect God Barrier is made from the exoskeleton of the Insect God. This is a defensive piece of equipment that helps enhance resilience. Despite its large size, this shield is light and easy to use. Yi Wu thought, Luo Feng, who takes on the main tank role in the team, should also switch to a new piece of equipment. System notification: next is Summon Magic Crystal. This equipment allows the summoning of a large number of insects to aid in battle. However, only those with royal bloodline of the insect species can use it. The notification system: potion recipe for making thousands of insect poisons. After gathering enough types of insect poison, you can craft a legendary potion that allows you to unleash debuffs combined from multiple types of insect poison. The dungeon key proves you are the master of the dungeon. By using this key, you can teleport to the dungeon at any time. After reviewing all the equipment, Yi Wu exclaimed, "Nice." This time the loot has all practical uses, nothing is superfluous. The most important thing is this dungeon key and the legendary blueprint. Yi Wu thought to himself, with this poison, the chance of survival in the haunted world is significantly increased. Moreover, Oswald's hat enhances the potency of the poison. At this rate, they want to turn me into a deathly poison master. As long as I survive, even ancient gods can be killed by my poison. Thinking of this, he laughed with joy. Around him, a wave of dark energy spread, leaving Jia Wangchuan and the baby beetle speechless. The baby beetle looked at Yi Wu, concerned. Yi Wu, why do you look so scary? Jia Wangchuan shook his head helplessly, thinking, what weird idea is he coming up with again? Yi Wu quickly shook off his dark thoughts. He turned to Jia Wangchuan and asked, Captain Jia, how do you think we should divide this loot? In his heart, he thought, I almost got too pleased with myself. I need to ask him first before I can divide things. Jia Wangchuan replied, as I said before, you can take any equipment and items you want. I just need the black slate and the dungeon key. Yi Wu responded, but what I need most is actually the dungeon key. Jia Wangchuan asked, what do you want the dungeon key for? Yi Wu answered, it's for some personal matter. Seeing this, Jia Wangchuan said, that's not possible. The dungeon key is designated by young Master Mo. I don't have the authority to share it with you. But if you really want it, there's a way to join the Mo attack team and become one of Mo Chi's people. If he's happy, he might just give you the dungeon key. Hearing this proposal, Yiwu felt a sense of confusion. Half of this sounds like a lure, and half seems like a threat. If I refuse now, it'll be like openly confronting Mo Chi. But if I agree, wouldn't that be betraying Imoku and I? I absolutely will not do something that goes against trust and morality. He asked the system, can I still use the Shadow King account now? Jia Wangchuan said, no. Because we are currently carrying out the trial mission, during this period we cannot use the Shadow King. Only after the main mission line reaches 50% can it be used again. Seeing Yiwu's lack of response, Jia Wangchuan continued, what do you think? There's no need to rush your answer. We can discuss it more thoroughly, okay? Yiwu responded, okay, give me some more time to think. He thought to himself, in the current situation, I cannot turn against Jia Wangchuan and Mo Chi yet. I will definitely not take any risks. To snatch the dungeon key and put everyone in danger is not worth it. The only measure right now is to maintain stability. After that, I will find a way to approach Emoko and I to go deeper. Baby Beetle looked at everyone and said seriously, I roughly understand the significance of the dungeon key you are talking about. But the world of the insect species does not belong to anyone. If it has to belong to someone. He paused for a moment, then pointed at Yiwu, then it can only belong to Yiwu. Only he deserves to be the king of our world. Yiwu was stunned, his mouth agape when his name was called. Jia Wangchuan looked at him and calmly said, from your perspective, that is indeed the case. Especially now, you are still the nominal heir to the throne of the insect species. But unfortunately, this world, or rather, the entire operating rules of it, have undergone fundamental changes. Jia Wangchuan paused for a moment, took out a small key with a strange pattern, and said seriously, a tiny key can determine the fate of the world owned by its possessor. Quite amusing, isn't it? But this joke actually exists. Faced with this unchangeable reality, we humans can only go with the flow. The insect species can do the same. Yiwu quickly continued, the world of yours is merely a dungeon in our eyes. Yet, the world of ours may just be a dungeon in the eyes of more advanced beings. Baby Beetle clasped his hands and bowed his head, speaking helplessly, what you are saying is really profound. I can't understand it. Yiwu approached Baby Beetle, patted him on the shoulder, and chuckled lightly, you don't need to force yourself to think too much. Awakening independent consciousness is extremely difficult. Even among us humans, there are not many who can achieve it. In some respects, Oswald is indeed a genius. Based solely on his own research, he discovered the secrets of the world, and he almost broke the barrier of space. Baby Beetle nodded in agreement, Uncle is indeed a rare genius. It's just a pity that he chose the wrong path. Otherwise, he truly could have led our insect species to glory. While the two were chatting, Jia Wangchuan finished activating the system and looked at them, saying, there's no point in discussing this now. Let's go, Yiwu. The teleportation talisman has been completed on Lai Jiaxi's side. Yiwu looked at him and replied, Captain Jia, you go ahead. I promised Baby Beetle that I would help it bury its teacher. Moreover, the final boss has been defeated, and all the debuffs on us have disappeared. I don't think it would be a problem if I come back a bit late, right? Hearing this, Jia Wangchuan quickly turned around but didn't forget to say, the company isn't that stingy. I will report the entire process of this dungeon mission honestly, and I won't take credit for your work. Yiwu waved his hand to say goodbye, thank you so much, and by the way. He suddenly stepped forward and hurriedly added, Yin Huan, about her. Jia Wangchuan understood the implication without needing to hear the whole sentence. He smiled lightly and replied, I will make sure she returns to the team. I won't let your good intentions go to waste. In Wang Chuan's heart, he thought, I wonder whether meeting Yiwu was a blessing or a misfortune for Yin Huan. Yiwu followed the back of Jia Wangchuan and thought, after some time together, I feel that Jia Wangchuan's thoughts are not as bad as I initially thought. Except for his somewhat unique personality, in other aspects, he is even quite simple-minded. It can be seen that he is a person worth befriending, and I hope that I won't have to confront him directly in the future. After thinking idly, Yiwu turned to Baby Beetle and said, "Let's go, Baby Beetle, you should go bury your teacher now." Baby Beetle, seeing Yiwu stay with him, quickly asked, "What about my sister and the team members of your squad?" Yiwu quickly replied, "No need to worry, in a moment I will contact Wan how to take them away first." Suddenly, a large sandstorm monster emerged from the ground. Yiwu gazed at it in astonishment. "This guy is still alive?" Baby Beetle looked at the monster and said sternly, "Just in time for me to settle old scores." However, the sandstorm incubus did not attack. Instead, it bowed its head before them and emitted strange sounds. Yiwu was puzzled and spoke, What is it doing?" Then, the sandstorm incubus spoke a series of strange words. Yiwu didn't understand and turned to Baby Beetle saying, "Translate for me, what is it saying?" Baby Beetle honestly replied, "It says it is willing to serve you as a subordinate, hoping you can spare its life." Yiwu pointed at the baby beetle and said to it, "The one you should serve is not me, but it. It is the king of your insect species. Before, you devoured it, and in the future, you must repay it double." After Yiwu finished speaking, the frenzied sandstorm incubus nodded wildly, indicating that it understood. The baby beetle looked at this large beast, unsure of what to say. Yiwu noticed that from the snout of the frenzied sandstorm incubus, a heap of substances was spewing out. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait." Its appearance made Yiwu wonder, could it be that it has devoured so many things already? The baby beetle looked seriously at the frenzied sandstorm incubus and replied, "Considering its long existence, the quantity is probably difficult to estimate." Yiwu commanded, "Baby beetle, go check what it is regurgitating, and help me sort through it." The baby beetle stared at him in surprise and asked, "Why does it have to be me?" The system continuously announced the treasures obtained. "Congratulations, host has received epic grade magic crystals level 100x500, reward 50 million. The scepter of the mother priestess goddess. Magic wand of the sectarian priest who reveres the goddess of the earth, containing powerful life energy. It has the ability to significantly shorten the time to reduce magic, consume mana, and increase damage when using nature system spells." The notification system, the witch's robe, is a magical cloak that a famous witch once wore. However, men can also use it. It has the property of enhancing magical power and maximizing mana regeneration, while also reducing magical damage and mental harm suffered. Skill book nature-based magic intermediate. Upon use, players can acquire intermediate-level magical skills such as intermediate-level storm, poisonous fungus, vine entanglement, summon tree man, and so on. Yiwu looked at these artifacts, pondering while murmuring, "Are these all mage equipment? Is this heaven's way of hinting that I should open a mage account?" The two rode the raging sandstorm incubus and began to move. Yiwu stood with arms crossed, smiling, and said, "Then let's set off. Baby Beetle, you lead the way." Baby Beetle quickly pointed ahead, responding, "Yes, we are going to Shabao." The raging sandstorm incubus replied to the command and rushed forward. Upon hearing the new name of the beast, Yiwu was momentarily speechless. Shabao? It seems this naming art has been inherited quite well. The moon had risen high. The house beneath the waterfall was lit up. Baby Beetle looked towards it and said, "This is where the teacher crossed over. He considers this place his second homeland." Yiwu looked around and nodded in agreement. "This place is lush and picturesque, truly makes one feel at peace. It is indeed a fitting place for seclusion." Beside the house stood a tall grave, on which lay the large sword of the teacher. Baby Beetle knelt before the grave, sincerely praying, "Teacher, please rest in peace." Yiwu stood beside him, smiled and said, "The body can return to its second homeland. Teacher, you have not taught your student in vain." He gazed at the surrounding scenery and continued, "Being buried in such a lush and picturesque place, the teacher must surely be very happy. Unlike our world, where one cannot choose where to die or be buried." Upon hearing this, Baby Beetle asked, "In your world, are there really no such beautiful sights as this?" Yiwu nodded and replied, "That's right. A massive battle has completely changed our world. Those who are still alive must construct strongholds made of steel and concrete. The places outside the realm of humanity seem to have turned into wastelands. The natural scenery like here has long since vanished. He paused for a moment, then thoughtfully added, "Your world has now restored peace. But our world must continue to strive forward. Perhaps in the future, we will face even more severe and latent dangers than we do now." Yiwu clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with determination to fight for the country. Baby Beetle, seeing this, also tightened his fists into a ball and said, "Yiwu, if that day ever comes, I will not hesitate to give my life for you." Yiwu smiled and shook his head. "Thank you, Baby Beetle. But what you said sounds a bit too sentimental. I am not the kind of person who is easily moved or weak. Perhaps the scene is making us soft-hearted, but this is not the time to be sad. Didn't we get a key from teacher before? We still haven't found where to use it. How about we try searching in his room? We might discover something." Baby Beetle nodded. "All right, let's quickly search the house." The two began rummaging through every corner of the house. Suddenly, Baby Beetle exclaimed, "I found it." He held up a wooden box and placed it on the table. "This must be the key to this box." Yiwu looked at the box and nodded. "Indeed, it's here. Open it and see what's inside." Baby Beetle opened the box and took out a scroll. He looked at it and said, "There is only a scroll in the box, but the writing on it is in your human language. Teacher taught me, but I couldn't learn it." Yiwu cheerfully said, "Let me see it, so I can read what it says." In the painting, there is only one line of text: "The god spirit of the insect species is the stable foundation of this world, but it is not the only existence. Because I once saw a stone like that in the original world." Yiwu exclaimed in astonishment, "Does the sword saint also study the god spirit? Does a similar object exist in the human world? What on earth is happening?" The ancient story of teacher Baby Beetle, which he wrote down, tells, "I once served as the commander of the palace guard of the capital palace. Thanks to being close to the emperor, I had the opportunity to come into contact with some national secrets. One day, the famous flying bandit of the martial world sneaked into the capital palace to steal a treasure box. I fought fiercely with him and had to go through great difficulty to retrieve that treasure box. When I returned the treasure box to His Majesty, it was at that moment that I saw it. Although I only caught a fleeting glimpse, the image remains etched in my mind. Looking back now, despite some slight differences, there is no doubt that it was the god spirit king of the insect species that you once showed me." He paused, his expression thoughtful. "Two worlds, two pieces of mysterious crystals that are alike. What hidden meaning and connection lie within this? If we could understand the secret within, perhaps I would create the opportunity to return to the original world." The teacher of the Baby Beetle, for this reason, sat down and wrote down everything he knew on a scroll. Carrying both doubt and hope, I began a series of secret investigations. I asked the Insect King for assistance in examining the ancient books of the insect species, while also observing Oswald's experiments in the dark. Eventually, I reached a conclusion. The crystal that the insect species calls God Spirit is actually the foundation of the dimension. It possesses enough power to stabilize space and sustain the existence of the entire world. Once the crystal is damaged, the entire dimension could collapse. I believe that if each world has such a foundation, perhaps we can find a way to return to the original world. But the lifespan of humans is truly too short. One can imagine the image of the old teacher looking out the window, longing for his homeland. In the end, I accepted the renovation proposal, transforming into the insect species of Oswald. I truly hope that in the remaining years of my life, I can see the willow tree in my homeland once more. The Baby Beetle saw Yiwu finish reading his teacher's story and asked, "Yiwu, what is written in the teacher's book?" "Although the teacher has taught me the characters of your people before, I am a completely foolish student who understands nothing at all." Yiwu held the scroll in his hand, thought for a moment, and said, "It turns out there is a second God Spirit crystal. This is definitely not a coincidence. The world truly before the loan came to the Earth Network era, if that world also possessed God Spirit crystals just like in the dungeon, can we assert that every time an independent space has this as well? Yiwu stared at the green stone in his hand. If this is true, then does it have any connection to the hypothesis about the reboot of the Mu-Wei world? He handed the green gem back to Baby Beetle while advising, on this stone is the key research of my teacher about God Spirit. In short, this God Spirit is related to the foundation and stability of your insect species world. You must keep it safe. Baby Beetle received the stone and nodded, yes, I will definitely keep it safe. Yiwu looked inside the house for a moment, then continued, while your mother is still not awake, let's take a walk by the lake. It's been a long time since I've relaxed. Baby Beetle looked at him and then spoke, okay, but Yiwu, will you leave later? The two of them reached the riverbank, and Baby Beetle, feeling downcast, said, so if in the end you can't get the key to this world, you won't come back anymore? We might never meet again? Yiwu looked ahead and calmly said, theoretically, that's true. Although it's quite cruel, possessing your world is determined by the dungeon key. If the person using the key is not me, I will not be able to return to this place anymore. But you can rest assured. Yiwu glanced at Baby Beetle and said seriously, I absolutely will not let this happen. The most important purpose of my arrival here is to obtain the dungeon key. Baby Beetle joyfully asked, really? Will you bring everyone here? Will Miss Yunfei come too? Yiwu replied happily, after all, this place is the best shelter. I have chosen it for everyone and will definitely not let anyone else interfere. Furthermore, now I have a trustworthy good brother like you. He recalled the scenes of war in the outside world and added, of course, my world is also filled with enormous and unpredictable dangers. I must find a safe place for everyone to reside, and at that time, I will have to trouble you, Baby Beetle. Hearing Yiwu say this, Baby Beetle joyfully replied, you can count on me, Yiwu. It seems we must quickly rebuild the palace now. We absolutely cannot let Miss Yunfei arrive without a capital palace to stay in. That would be too disrespectful. Yiwu had realized the key point. He looked at Baby Beetle, who was so excited that he was about to jump up and said, kid, you must be thrilled to hear this, right? At that moment, a voice called out from behind, ahem, Baby Beetle. Baby Beetle and Yiwu were startled and turned around. Baby Beetle exclaimed, Mother, you're awake. Yiwu smiled and said, just in time, not much different from the time I expected. Baby Beetle hurriedly ran to help his mother up, saying, but your level has dropped down to 100 now. Allmark, Baby Beetle's mother, at that moment had only 1% health and life statistics left. She reassured her son, it's okay, that's a side effect of losing the Zerg essence. You don't need to worry. Finally, we can be reunited in peace. For me, that's more important than anything else. Baby Beetle quickly took a green gem and handed it to his mother. Mother, quickly absorb the Zerg essence. Even if you can't return to your peak state, you will be much stronger than now. Allmark looked at her son and smiled, no need, this Zerg essence doesn't mean much to me. She continued to look at Baby Beetle and said, our world has restored peace, and you have grown enough to lead the insect species toward a hopeful future. I no longer need to fight anymore. Perhaps I should transfer some of this strength to. She turned to Yiwu, holding his hand to show intimacy and said, a hero needs and deserves to be blessed. Yiwu's face was stunned, he looked at her in amazement and asked, Are you also giving me your Zerg essence? This is not quite appropriate, is it? Allmark smiled and replied, my choice is not wrong. Even the wind and moon agree with my actions. She placed the gem in Yiwu's hand and continued, you don't need to worry, you and Baby Beetle have a blood contract connection, which will help you absorb the energy of this Zerg essence. Baby Beetle, hearing her mother say so, stepped forward to place the gem directly into Yiwu's hand. That's right, Yiwu. This Zerg essence is the crystallization of my mother's magic accumulated over thousands of years. Absorbing it, you will gain my mother's millennia of magical power, which will definitely help you cope with future battlefields. Yiwu accepted the green gem and said, if both of you say so, then I will not refuse any longer. Thank you. Allmark happily said, we should be the ones to thank you. Without you, our world would still be a dark place, and Mother and I would never be able to reunite. Baby Beetle stood beside her mother and added, "That's right. But this great favor cannot be repaid. You should quickly absorb this Zerg essence." Yiwu tightly gripped the stone in his hand, sensing its flow of power. Is this the power of magic? Until now, I have always been a physical attacker. I wonder what it feels like to use this ancient magical energy. Yiwu leaned forward, absorbing the strength, experiencing a sensation he had never felt before, as the power naturally resonated within his body. Baby Beetle exclaimed in amazement, "What is happening? How can his fusion probability with the Zerg essence be so high?" Allmark raised a finger to his lips to signal him to be quiet. "Shoo, don't disturb him. The natural magic is resonating with Yiwu's soul. This is the most crucial moment." Yiwu's eyes widened, astonished as he thought, "So this is what it feels like to have infinite magic energy fill my body? Is this the rhythm that wants to force me to change class?" Yiwu looked around in surprise, wondering, why did I directly enter the system's space? The system notification echoed, detecting that the host possesses powerful magic energy, which has triggered a resonance response from a special account. Would you like to unlock it immediately? Yiwu stood before a large panel that was locked, pondering, is it possible for the account to actively seek me out? Could it be a special account like the Shadow King? The system continued to resonate. Although the account is special, its type is not the same as Shadow King. Unlocking the account does not require spending money or experience points, just the transmission of the necessary magical power. Yiwu quickly transmitted magical power into the card and smiled, saying, "Is there such a good thing? My magical power is abundant right now, so this is just like having no need for money, right?" System, unlock the account. The system quickly responded, "Unlocking. Please wait." The card opened, revealing the accounts of twin witches Avril and Avra. Yiwu was so angry that he wanted to curse someone. What is this? Why does it open a female account? Information on the card displayed: female twins Avril and Avra, the strongest sorceresses, control light and darkness. However, due to the existence of two conflicting attributes within them, they have split into two different personalities. The light sorceress Avril has a fiery and passionate personality like the sun. The dark sorceress Avra, meanwhile, is gloomy and cold like the moon. When using the account, players will experience transformations following the cycles of sunrise and moonrise, causing the two personalities to change continuously. In terms of abilities, in addition to mastering various advanced magic attributes, players can also use supreme magic based on the differences between the personalities. The notification system said, in addition, when using this special account, there is no need to consume money and experience points. You only need to expend high-level mana value, and you will regain mana after defeating any enemy. Yiwu thought, expend high-level mana value? Although I have primarily focused on physical attacks and hardly touched mana value before, after absorbing a millennium's worth of mana value from the Zerg essence, even though I tried to unlock the Twin Witch account, this mana value is still completely sufficient. It's just right to compensate for the inability to use the Shadow King. However, whether it's the Chien Emperor or the Shadow King, when transforming, there will always be some changes based on appearance linked to the account. If this female account makes me wear female clothes. Just imagining myself transforming into the character on this card has made me blush in embarrassment. Ah, that image is too beautiful, I don't dare to think further. At this moment, the system chimed in, "You're overthinking it. Even if the host wants to wear female clothes, it cannot be realized." Yiwu quickly reacted, denying, "I don't want to. I haven't." The system continued to explain, the method of using this account is divided into two types. The first type is to directly use the magical power of the account. The second type is to expend a large amount of mana value to summon the magical female embodiment. The notification system, when it appears, it immediately causes supreme magical damage, capable of following any arrangement you make and lasting for an hour. Yiwu, upon hearing this, scratched his head and sighed in relief, "Phew. That's good. At least I don't have to wear women's clothes, that's already a stroke of luck. If not, I would have to abandon this account. AI Vis, hearing this, complained, is this really the point? Even given the opportunity, you still don't appreciate your master. Baby Beetle called out in confusion, Yiwu. Yiwu returned to the present. Baby Beetle looked at Yiwu and asked, how do you feel now after absorbing the Zerg essence? Yiwu replied happily, it's incredible. I feel like my body is filled with boundless magical energy. Thank you all for helping me become stronger. Allmark, standing beside him, looked at him and said, no need to thank us. But this magical energy is still far from being endless, it's merely accumulated over 1,000 years. Yiwu smiled at Baby Beetle, well, it's time for me to leave. After I go outside, it might be a long time before we meet again. You all must take care. Baby Beetle held Yiwu's hand tightly, determined as she said, I will definitely make it, you must come back soon. Yiwu held Baby Beetle's hand, smiling brightly, now, you are the new king of the insect species. Let's share the responsibility with Mother and make this world a better place. Baby Beetle nodded, her eyes filled with confidence, of course. When you bring everyone back, the changes in this world will surely amaze you. Yiwu stepped into the beam of light, waving goodbye to the two of them, I will definitely be looking forward to that day. The two mother and child waved back, goodbye, Yiwu. You must come back soon. The system announced, the dungeon Lost Celestial Temple has been completed. A large team is using the scroll to return to the city. At Yiwu's home, he had just entered and shouted, I'm back. Everyone in the house immediately looked towards the door. Yi Yunfei called out, brother, Yiwu, how are? Luo Feng and Wan Tian were also surprised, Yiwu. You're really back? Yiwu's parents were stunned to see him. Everyone was momentarily taken aback when they saw him return. Yi Yunfei joyfully rushed towards her brother, brother. You finally come back. I was so worried about you. Yiwu stood firm, supporting his little sister, silly girl, what does your brother have to worry about? Isn't it safe to come back now? Luo Feng also happily stood by, adding, that's right, the entire team has returned safely, our first dungeon of the King Combat team has concluded successfully. Ruan Tian was equally excited, it's really great that no one got hurt. Furthermore, our levels have increased significantly, it's a huge gain. Shi quickly nodded in agreement, all thanks to Yiwu. Even Nana looked at him with joy, oh, the master has returned safely. It seems my plan has failed. Currently, Luo Feng was at level 68, Wan Tian at level 63, Nana at level 175, and Shi's level was unclear. Yiwu helped his mother and said happily, I heard that your performance in this dungeon was quite good, but remember that safety must always come first. Yiwu's mother looked at him, tears welling in her eyes, it's good that you are back. It's good that you are back. Yiwu scratched his head, awkwardly looking at his parents, I know, Mom and Dad, is there anything to eat? As soon as I got home, I suddenly feel really hungry. Mother Yiwu said happily, it's all done, just waiting for you. Everyone come here to eat. Luo Feng quickly ran ahead, delighted, great, finally I can eat. It feels like he could eat 8 to 10 bowls of rice. Ruan Tian, hearing Luo Feng, hurriedly chased after, AAA, Luo Feng, don't eat all the delicious food. Yiwu looked around seriously, thinking, it has been a long time since I have seen such a happy day. To protect this happiness, I must become stronger. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I must get the dungeon key back. At the pool, the little girls were playing with each other. Everyone was laughing and having a good time. Yiwu and Luo Feng sat on the edge. Yiwu comfortably placed his hands behind his head, thinking, my sister and Nana are really lively, clearly just having gone through a big battle. In contrast to Yiwu, Luo Feng finished eating and fell asleep, lying flat on the large chair, snoring loudly enough to drool. Suddenly, the system announced, received a communication request from Emoko and I. Yiwu quickly opened the screen and said happily, good evening, Miss Mo. Emoko and I on the other side was lounging on a large chair, holding a glass of red wine, leisurely said, good evening, I heard that you have returned. She continued, but I think we need to set aside some time to gather with family, which is why I didn't contact you immediately. Have you had dinner yet? Yi Wu quickly replied, I just finished eating. You think very thoroughly. Regarding the project blueprints before, thanks to you using them in the dungeon, they have proved to be very effective. Emoko and I smiled happily. No need to be polite. Helping you is also helping myself. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Yi Wu, not being polite, looked at her and said, Indeed, I have a request now. You must already know that the dungeon key was finally taken by Jia Wangchuan. So, does that key ultimately belong to Emochi or the group? Do you have the ability to retrieve it? Emoko and I took a sip of wine and calmly replied, This key ultimately belongs to the group. So what? Is it very important to you? It's because of money, but based on what I know, the most valuable resources in this dungeon were destroyed in the battle. It probably doesn't hold much economic value anymore. Yi Wu continued, I need the key for other reasons. Therefore, I would like to ask you to help with this matter. Emoko and I, seeing Yi Wu so serious, decisively said, Understood, the last opportunity to get the dungeon key is tomorrow. Because tomorrow, the headquarters of the group will hold a shareholder meeting. At that time, all associates and senior leaders, including myself and Emochi, will attend, and you are also required to participate. If you can persuade my father and the associates at the meeting, then there will be a chance to retrieve the dungeon key. Tomorrow morning, I will send a private jet to pick you up. Tonight, you must think of a way to cope. Yi Wu quickly responded, I understand. See you tomorrow then. After ending the call, Yi Wu thought, I never expected that I would have the opportunity to interact with the true central figure of Han Emo Group so soon. This must all be thanks to Emoko and I. Otherwise, how could a small person like me have the right to attend the shareholder meeting? I can't keep relying on her forever. The shareholder meeting tomorrow is sure to be very intense. I must think of a way to win. Therefore, I have a bold idea. The next day, at the first secure zone, headquarters of Han Mo Group, inside the large conference room, Yi Wu glanced around at everyone who had taken their seats, seriously waiting. So this is the senior leadership of Han Mo Group. Just looking at them I can already recognize the factional distribution. Mo Zunlong, the president of Han Mo Group at level 110, sat majestically in the middle chair of the room. He spoke, this time, in the dungeon, our Han Mo Group has achieved great success. Not only did we obtain the dungeon key, but more importantly, we have significantly weakened the morale of the Huangzheng Group. Here, on behalf of the board of directors, I express my deep gratitude to all the employees who participated in this battle. The company will not let down the efforts of everyone. Next, Emochi will announce the rewards for the combat teams that contributed greatly in this battle. Emochi quickly stood up, holding the paper that his secretary had just presented. He spoke clearly, Yes, Mr. Chairman. Next, I would like to announce that the Black Attack Combat Team is awarded 100 million. The King Combat Team is awarded. Suddenly, he stared at the paper, his face changing color, and shouted, 200 million? Wait a minute, Chairman. This must be a mistake. How can an unknown team have a reward higher than the Black Attack Combat Team? Mo Zunlong did not look at him, only frowned and replied, This is based on the mission report and value contribution submitted by Jia Wangchuan and Lai Jiasi, and then accounted through the system. Are you doubting the system? Hearing that, Emochi quickly said, I don't mean that. He turned to Jia Wangchuan, his voice small but filled with anger. What is going on here, Jia Wangchuan? Jia Wangchuan sat next to him, arms crossed, eyes closed, not saying a word. Yi Wu then stood up, cheerfully saying, Thank you for the affirmation from the chairman and the group regarding our King Combat Team. I have a small request, may I use the 200 million prize to exchange for the dungeon key? Compared to money, I want it even more. Everyone in the room immediately buzzed, What? This guy has already gained benefits but is still showing off. How dare he make such an unreasonable request? Emoko and I, sitting beside him, remained silent, not saying anything. Emochi, standing opposite, pointed at Yiwu, frowning and saying, "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Even if you have some merits, this is not a place for an unknown like you to speak and make demands. Ko and you need to manage your subordinate more strictly. Otherwise, it will be you who suffers the loss." Imoko and I continued to stay silent, just looking at Yiwu without saying anything. Yiwu then replied, "Ladies and gentlemen, please let me finish speaking. If my contributions in the dungeon are not enough for me to set conditions, then what if I could completely destroy Huangzhang Group? Would that merit be enough to make demands?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Yiwu set such a condition. "What are you talking about?" The people on Emochi's side were so angry that they stood up and scolded, "Damn it, who do you think you are? Do you have a say here? Claiming to have obtained Huangzhang? Truly shameless bragging. There should be limits to nonsense." That person continued to criticize, "It's your first time attending the shareholders' meeting and you dare to talk nonsense in front of the chairman. Miss, how do you supervise your subordinates?" Lu Changfeng stood at the back. The chairman glanced at him, frowned, and said, "Yiwu, this is a shareholders' meeting. Speak appropriately. If you have any opinions, discuss them after the meeting." Mo Zunlong turned to look at Lu Changfeng and slowly said, "Don't be hasty, Yiwu might have something calculated." Lu Changfeng leaned down and whispered in his ear, "I'm afraid he might cause a big mess. This time is originally a good opportunity for our overall performance to surpass the Black Attack Combat Team, weakening Emochi's power. But this brat suddenly disrupted it." Mo Zunlong responded calmly, "Don't jump to conclusions too quickly about anything, especially concerning Yiwu. Let's hear his opinions first." Jia Wangchuan had been silent until now, continuing to stare at Yiwu, pondering in his mind. He thought to himself, "In the past, he did indeed show interest in having the dungeon key, but I didn't expect him to desire it to this extent." Jia Wangchuan spoke up calmly, but he didn't lose his mind just because of this. "If he had, he would have already taken action to defeat me and snatch the key. Therefore, what Yiwu just said is certainly not said casually without thought. Based on past experience, the more unbelievable what he says is, the more it proves he is not joking." Emochi smiled, stood up, and clapped his hands to ask everyone to maintain order. "Please be quiet. I want to say a few words to young brother Yiwu. Your contribution in this key battle is indeed considerable. Even Jia Wangchuan has highly praised you, which shows your capabilities are not bad." After pausing for a moment, Emochi unexpectedly pointed directly at Yiwu's face, his eyes sharp. He spoke with a tone filled with malice, "But after all, you are just a kid who doesn't understand the world. You dare to make groundless statements here, which is truly embarrassing." Emochi exuded a strong aura of anger. He continued to scold Yiwu loudly, "The enmity between Huangzhang and Han Mo has existed for a long time. It involves finance, military, and many other aspects. The relationships within it are extremely complicated. Two large corporations have been competing for more than a decade without achieving a clear outcome. And you are just a newcomer, unaware of the vastness of the world, blindly daring to claim you want to take over Huangzhang Group. You are truly a person of great courage but little wisdom, blinded by profit. If merely speaking could defeat Huangzhang, then how could it possibly fall to you? It's truly ridiculous." Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure, crossed his arms, and looked up at Imoko and I with a challenging expression. "Sister, I don't know how you're acquainted with this kid, but as your brother, I have to remind you that when choosing people, you need to keep your eyes wide open. Otherwise, you will be dragged down by petty people and will suffer for nothing." Imoko and I still kept her eyes closed, sitting with her arms crossed, not bothering to respond. Everyone who stood by Emochi at that moment joined in, criticizing Yiwu. Young Master Mo is right. Though it's hard to accept, what he said is the truth. A person who doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth like this kid deserves to be taught a lesson. Yiwu is truly too thick-skinned. The room was buzzing with discussion, and Yiwu glanced at Imokuni's darkening expression, silently thinking, no wonder he is the young master of Han Mo Group. His eloquence is evident, every word hits the mark and stirs the spirit of the opposing faction. Next, the key factor determining the situation no longer lies with me, but with Emoko and I. Sure enough, Emoko and I stood up and replied loudly, "I'm sorry, brother. But I cannot entirely agree with your statement just now." Yiwu was startled. It's Emoko's attitude. Emochi frowned as he looked at his younger sister, his voice tense. "What do you mean?" Emoko and I stood up and calmly said, "Indeed, as you said, the conflict between us and Huangzhang has existed for a long time. Normally, it's true that it cannot be resolved in a day. But Yiwu is not someone who can be judged by common reasoning. Since I met him, every time I think something is impossible, he always surprises and delights me." She continued, "In Zone 9, he rescued an entire school and thwarted the Ancient Lord's Advent Society's scheme to kill the different world boss Akeo. During the peace meeting in Zone 8, he once again prevented a terrifying attack from the Ancient Lord's Advent Society, saving tens of thousands of lives. And in this major team operation, he played the most crucial role. Without him, the outcome could still be an unknown." Emoko and I concluded, "If this is the fool that you speak of, then I believe his bravery will create a miracle for us." Each illustrative word that Emoko and I recounted, in just a few concise sentences, made everyone reconsider their views. Yiwu listened to her recount her achievements, scratching his head and blushing, awkwardly saying, "Although it's all true, but you are praising me in front of so many people, is that really appropriate?" Ha ha. The people in the room continued to chatter. Some nodded in agreement. "Miss has a point, but isn't this a bit exaggerated?" Another person interjected, "What? Are you scared?" "I'm not even afraid of the boss. Why should I be afraid of being defeated? It's just..." Emochi saw that people were starting to have their thoughts swayed by Emoku's words. He glared at her with anger, his tone sarcastic. "You really know how to talk, don't you?" Emoko and I did not bother to look at him and simply smirked in reply, "It's the same anyway." Emo Zunlong, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. He looked at both of them, his voice deep but firm. "Emochi and Ko and I both have their own reasoning. However, regarding the grudge between Hang Mat and Huang Zhang, we must be careful and consult him." He turned his head, looking straight at Yiwu, his gaze serious and dominating. "Yiwu, it is still not too late for you to retract your previous statement. Out of respect for your past contributions, I will not hold it against you. But if you remain resolute, all the consequences that follow will be borne by you. Success and rewards will not come simply, and it will not just stop at a dungeon key." He continued, "But if you fail, not only will you be treated like a discarded person, but you will also endanger the lives of your family and Ko and I. If that happens, won't you change your mind?" Yiwu and Emoko and I replied in unison, "We won't change." Emo Zunlong stood up and turned to leave. Before stepping out of the conference room, he said, "I hope you can do what you say." Meeting dismissed. Yiwu loudly declared, 10 days. Within 10 days, I will definitely win Huangzhang. Just wait for my good news on that day. Emo Zunlong shot a sharp glance at Yiwu and coldly responded, "I will wait." The meeting concluded. Emochi walked over to Yiwu, smiling as he said, "You extended the time for yourself like this, locking your path back. If you're not a madman, then you must surely be an incredibly willful person with a deep-seated heart. I'm even more interested in you now. After 10 days, will you become the cannon fodder that disappears from this world, or the hero who returns here?" Yiwu shoved his hands into his pockets and smiled slightly. Thanks for your concern." Emochi left, and the people from Emoko and I rushed over, all surrounding Yiwu with worried expressions. Lu Changfo anxiously said, "Yiwu, you've caused a big trouble. Why is Miss also following you madly like this?" The chubby man said worriedly, "Did you not hear what the chairman said? I appreciate Yiwu's bravery. It wasn't easy for him to join Emoku's faction. And yet, you just arrived and want to kill me." The man standing behind also spoke up, "If you have decided that, you must have a countermeasure in mind, right?" Yiwu winked at everyone and happily replied, "Actually, I haven't thought of any countermeasures yet. But in my heart, there's a voice telling me that I must kill Huang Zhang." The bodyguard of Miss Mo was the first to shout, "Huh?" He struggled to hold himself up, groaning, "I'm definitely going to die." The chubby man was so angry that he wanted to jump up and hit him. "You fool! You are ruining my glory and wealth. I will fight you to the death." Lu Changfeng quickly stopped him, saying, "Stop. Even though I want to kill him too, but he dares to confront even Shui Lu directly. Nobody here is a match for him." The chubby man shouted angrily, "Then who am I supposed to reason with? Better to die than live like this." At this moment, Emoko and I stood with her hands on her hips, frowning at Yi Wu, saying, all right, don't tease them anymore. I know your temperament all too well. Quickly tell me, what bad intentions do you have this time?" Yi Wu looked at her and quickly smiled ingratiatingly. "Hana, you really understand me." Not joking anymore, Yi Wu seriously looked at everyone and said, "Although I truly do not have a specific plan, my purpose and goals are quite clear. Firstly, I have a personal grudge against Huang Zhang. This time, through the dungeon, this grievance has only deepened. From my perspective, I must destroy him, uproot him completely. The spring breeze blows, and life begins anew. Secondly, the strongest combat power of Huang Zhang is Shui Lu. I have fought against her before. If I strike quickly, I absolutely am not weaker than her. Furthermore, through this battle, Huang Zhang's combat strength has been severely harmed. This is a good opportunity to act." Yi Wu continued, "Thirdly, even though I do not care about your internal power struggles, Emoko and I, you have helped me a lot. This is a favorable moment to repay your kindness. With this great achievement, your status will surpass Emochi and become the true voice of Han Mo." Upon hearing this, Lai Jiaxi looked at him and asked in a deep voice, "Although the situation is forced, is it also reasonable? The most important thing is, are you confident in your ability to do this?" Lu Changfeng also replied, "Indeed, with your strength, you might really be able to achieve it." The chubby man looked at him with a different expression. This decisiveness and bravery are truly astonishing. Emoko and I spoke up, "This is indeed a bold and difficult choice. I will not force any of you to follow me. If you wish to withdraw, you can leave now. I guarantee there will be no repercussions." As soon as Emoko and I finished speaking, almost everyone quickly ran away. One person mumbled, "I won't accompany this madman, I haven't lived enough yet." Another person agreed, "That's right, at most, we'll choose the other side and start over, better than dying." Only 2 people remained, the chubby man, sweating profusely from fear, but still decided, "I will risk everything, putting this armor on this freakish brat. If I win, I'll become even richer. If I lose, then it's my life." Lu Changfeng didn't speak, but in his heart, he had decided, "Miss, rest assured, no matter what, I will not betray you, even if there are mountains of blades and seas of fire ahead." Looking at the master, seeing that he was still standing there, Emoko and I was surprised and said, "Master Lai Jiaxi, I didn't expect you to stay as well. I've always thought you were neutral." Lai Jiaxi looked at her and calmly said, "I have no interest in the power struggle between you and Emochi. I am here only for Yi Wu. This is a debt I owe him. No matter what he decides, I will do everything to support him." Emoko and I looked at him and nodded in agreement. At least on this point, we share the same view. Yi Wu, seeing their trust in him, clasped his hands in thanks. His eyes showed determination as he seriously said, "Thank you for your support and trust. I will absolutely not let you down. Now, please leave everything to me." In area number 8, Yi Wu was mingling in the bustling crowd, walking and thinking. He told himself, "I have always been passively subject to Huang Zhang's pursuit. But if I want to take proactive action, my understanding of him is still too little. Fortunately, I have made prior arrangements. If I want to understand his internal situation, I need to start with Mr. Li, the one who always wants to become a master-level pharmacist." Suddenly, Yi Wu's eyes brightened. He looked across and smiled slightly. "Ah, it really is a case of seeing and encountering." Yi Wu turned into an alley. The group of followers behind began to panic. The target is about to run away. Quick, chase after him. However, as soon as they entered the path he took, they immediately stopped, astonished and exclaiming, "A dead end? Where did that guy go?" They said, just now, everyone clearly saw him. Suddenly, the entire group was struck by a punch to the face, leaving everyone terrified, thinking, an ambush. We clearly wore optical camouflage, how could we still be detected? Captain Ma Huang of the assassination team Huang Zhang, level 85, spoke up. Although the previous attack was silent and without form, through the direction of the fall, I was able to pinpoint your location. Immediately, he released a new type of grenade. This was a fogging grenade, which created a large amount of smoke, effective for hiding in the foggy area, helping to avoid attacks from outside the area. A loud explosion sounded. Even though Yi Wu had concealed himself, he still did not escape Ma Huang's precise judgment. When the smoke dissipated, Ma Huang quickly threw 3 throwing knives and shouted, "It's that position! Die!" Yi Wu immediately threw a punch at Ma Huang and said, "You do have some skill. If that's the case, I won't hide anymore." He dissolved the stealth state and caught the 3 throwing knives thrown by Ma Huang. Looking at Ma Huang injured and falling to the ground, Yi Wu smiled and said, "Oh, I remember you. Aren't you the captain of the assassination team Huang Zhang in the previous battle in the boss different Akeo world, wanting to ambush Yin Huan and the others?" Ma Huang lay on the ground, looking at Yi Wu and said, "So you noticed me." But the dead do not need to remember the face of the assassin. He quickly manifested, his gaze cold. "I originally intended to follow you back to your residence and start with your family. But since I've been discovered, I can only change my plans." As soon as he finished, he drew a sword and charged straight at Yi Wu with the intent to kill. "I am no longer the same as before. Even Yin Huan is no match for me, you can only die." Yi Wu did not turn his back and simply replied, "Is that so?" Immediately, a dragon arm appeared, tightly gripping Ma Huang's neck. He was astonished, struggling desperately. "Ugh, I can't believe you can keep up with the speed I've always prided myself on." The dragon hand tightened further, causing Ma Huang's whole body to tremble, growing weaker. He could only produce fragmented sounds. "Oh, oh, ugh, ugh, ugh." Yi Wu looked down coldly, his voice laced with killing intent. "Anyone who dares to touch my family usually dies a terrible death. But today, I can make an exception. Just tell me who is behind your command, and I will help you die comfortably." Ma Huang laughed wickedly, his eyes full of provocation. He suddenly bit down on a hidden pill in his mouth to conceal the truth. "I never thought that despite my frenzied cultivation, I can't even scratch a hair of yours. But don't dream of getting any secrets from me." "Ha ha!" Yi Wu shouted loudly, "If you want to bite the poison and commit suicide, how can it be that easy?" He quickly used his mental control skill, intracranial resonance. This skill lasts for 60 seconds. A note fell out from the boss of the insect species, avoiding you under the ground of the academy. Yi Wu angrily asked, "Tell me, who is the one behind this?" Ma Huang was horrified and widened his eyes, barely able to utter the. Immediately, his entire consciousness was controlled. Ma Huang bowed his head and spoke in a mechanical voice, "Master, it is Lord Ling Yuan, a colleague of the Huang Zheng group." Yi Wu's body surged with killing intent, muttering, "Ling Yuan, isn't she the female commander of Huang Zheng in the dungeon last time? I didn't expect this woman to be so malicious, daring to target my family. Well, I have already prepared to act. Then let's kill her first." Ma Huang knelt down and continued, "May I ask, Master, what else can I do to assist you?" Yi Wu turned his head and walked away, not bothering to look at him, saying, "Not only did you follow me, but you also wanted to assassinate my family. What do you think you should do?" Ma Huang trembled and replied, "I understand now. Then I will take my own life to atone for my sins." With that, he drew a gun and shot himself in the head. Yi Wu watched the scene, feeling cold all over. He thought to himself, "I will never easily forgive anyone who dares to harm my family." The system announced, the player receives a reward including 100,000 experience points and 500,000 bonus coins. The optical camouflage cloak, when equipped, will conceal the user's body and energy, increase movement speed by 50%, and its effectiveness will double when used at night. In Elder Li's laboratory, Elder Li stood before Yi Wu and respectfully said, "Yi Master, you have arrived. Previously, your outstanding performance in the Lost Celestial Temple dungeon has spread throughout the Huangzhang group. The entire group can now be said to hate you to the bone, especially those in Lingyuan. After being severely punished by the group, they even spread rumors that a high reward is offered to anyone who can bring you down. Yi Wu calmly looked at him and replied, "This is precisely why I want to destroy Huangzhang and Lingyuan." Elderly looked at Yi Wu with concern and said, "But the higher-ups of Huangzhang are not easy to topple. However, if you have made that decision, then you must have a comprehensive plan. This is not something I can intervene in. I only hope that after you destroy Huangzhang, Yi Wu interrupted him and sat down in a chair. "You can rest assured, I will not leave you with nowhere to go. After the complete overthrow, I will let you join the Han Mo group. After all, research is the same no matter where you do it, it only differs in whom you work for." Yi Wu continued, "Moreover, I believe that the Han Mo group will not give up on a senior alchemist who is about to become a master-level pharmacist." Elderly, hearing this, widened his eyes and said joyfully, "Thank you, master. In fact, as long as you don't discard a pawn like me, I would be very grateful. Because my goal is simply to follow you and become a master-level pharmacist." Yi Wu looked at him and continued, "All right, let's get to the main issue. What is the current situation within the Huangzhang group?" Elderly honestly replied, "I won't hide it from you, although it's not visible from the outside, the Huangzhang group is actually facing a risk of internal division. Therefore, choosing this time to act can be considered the best opportunity. The Huangzhang group is divided into three major factions. The first is the Lingyuan faction, which mainly employs assassination, cunning schemes, and sabotage. This faction is the weakest and specializes in carrying out disgraceful tactics on behalf of the group. The second is the Huangfu Sheng faction, which is responsible for managing the financial network and the economic lifeline. He is currently the president of Huangzhang. He continued speaking, all the legitimate business operations are managed by him, with top-notch capabilities. Thirdly, Huangfu's faction mainly deals in arms trading and mercenaries. Although their strength is not on par with Huangfu Sheng, they have managed to attract many external forces, so they cannot be underestimated. By the way, although Huangfu De and Huangfu Sheng are brothers, they do not like each other. In the past, they have long severed ties. These three forces are always in fierce conflict, each side wanting to take over the other to monopolize power. Lingyuan's faction is trying to survive in the gaps between these two major forces. This time, when they obtained the command of the dungeon, they wanted to take the opportunity to turn the tables. However, due to the involvement of the master, they ended up suffering a complete defeat, which is why they wanted to take action to kill him. Yi Wu felt increasingly intrigued, so that's how it is, truly a stroke of luck for me. Such a large rift, if it isn't exploited, that would be a pity. As long as I can manipulate the relations between the three families to sow discord within Huangfu's faction, I will easily gain substantial benefits." Finishing his words, he stood up and said, "This matter cannot be delayed. Send me the address of Ling Yuan, I will go meet this woman." Elderly was startled and said in amazement, "Master, are you really planning to go find her yourself to settle the score? But her place is protected by a large number of elite assassins, you are on your own, and you might be in danger." Yi Wu enthusiastically replied, "The more dangerous a woman is, the more interesting she becomes. If I could approach her at will, it would be unbearably dull." Elderly laughed and exclaimed, "You truly live up to your reputation." In the upper-level private villa, Ling Yuan was relaxing in a large bathtub, holding a glass of wine, her gaze directed out towards the city. She curled her lips, thinking about the directors she looked down upon, those foolish men, just because of one failure, they blamed me for 2 hours straight. It's all that Yi Wu's fault. If it weren't for him constantly meddling, I would have already wiped out Han Mo and obtained the dungeon. Mentioning Yi Wu, she tightened her grip, her anger flaring up. "Yi Wu, I will definitely find you. Furthermore, I won't kill you easily. I want you to watch your family die one by one in front of you. I will torment you to the point where you wish you were dead, and in the end, I will make you kneel, lick my feet, and beg me to kill you." Ha! Ling Yuan was startled when she heard the sound echoing. "Is that so?" Yi Wu stood in front of her, a faint smile on his face. I don't have a foot-licking hobby. Ling Yuan was frightened and exclaimed, You're Yi Wu. Ling Yuan quickly stood up, trying to maintain her composure. She asked, her voice tinged with worry, Yi Wu, why are you here? Yi Wu looked at her, a smirk on his lips. If I want to come, I come. The look in Ling Yuan's eyes briefly showed surprise, but she quickly composed herself. She forced a smile and said, It is indeed a bit surprising, but still within the range I can control. It seems the people I sent to watch you have been discovered. On the contrary, you even followed them here. Otherwise, you wouldn't know my secret address. Yi Wu curled his lips in a cold smile, turning his face away as if to distance himself. He replied, his tone filled with disdain, Follow them? It's not that complicated. To be straightforward, I'm too lazy to chat with a corpse. Wanting to find someone is very simple for me. Hearing those words, Ling Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. She thought to herself, the people I sent to tail him are all dead. A useless bunch. I specifically instructed them to take action from his family. This person is more dangerous than I imagined, and I can only use cunning to deal with him. Thinking that, Ling Yuan stepped out of the bathtub, exuding seduction. She looked at Yi Wu and scoffed, ever since the last time the boss hastily unlocked the previous version, you haven't forgotten me, have you? And yet, you've come looking for me here? She made a gesture of flipping her hair, eyes shy, and continued, Following you was all in order from the leader. I was just following orders, I hope you don't take it to heart. After finishing her words, Ling Yuan gently hugged Yi Wu, her voice shy, I'm really interested in you. Young, handsome, powerful, and mysterious. With your abilities, how about we cooperate secretly? Let's put Huang Zhang and Han Mo in our pocket together. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled out a knife, gently putting it behind Yi Wu's neck. Nevertheless, her face still retained a shy expression as she asked, What do you think? In her mind, Ling Yuan thought, the fragrance of my body has a mesmerizing and controlling effect. No man can withstand being this close, go to hell. But when she intended to stab Yi Wu, she unexpectedly discovered, What's going on? Why can't my body move? Yi Wu placed his hand on her waist, smiling, It seems that although your heart isn't sincere, your body is quite honest. Because they would never dare to act against their master. Ling Yuan was terrified, hurriedly pulling Yi Wu away, her lips trembling, Stop talking nonsense, what are you doing to me? Her heart was filled with anxiety, my mind is still very clear, my limbs are fine, but for some reason, I can't take action. My body seems to be automatically resisting any attempt to attack him. Yi Wu cheerfully picked up a vial of drops, saying gently, While you were soaking in the tub, I added a specially crafted desperate poison into your bathwater. It seems the effects have already begun to take hold. The system notification, spider heart poison, this toxin is crafted using ancient methods, colorless, odorless, with the ability to slowly diffuse, extending its duration of action. The poisoned individual can maintain their clarity, but cannot resist any commands from the one who poisoned them. Ling Yuan held a knife, frowning as she looked at Yi Wu, saying, A control toxin? Impossible, you're lying to me. I have never heard of such a poison. Yi Wu snapped his fingers, not even bothering to look at her, only calmly replying, Is it true or false? Why not try a little and see? Ling Yuan was horrified to realize she couldn't control her own actions. The knife in her hand was slowly being raised and aimed right at herself. She screamed, No! She was so terrified that she was sweating when she saw the knife slowly approach her throat. Yi Wu blocked the knife, but his face showed murderous intent as he coldly said, You can touch me, but if you dare to touch my family, the only outcome is death. Ling Yuan quickly nodded, her voice trembling, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have such malicious thoughts. Truly, I was wrong. Yi Wu held the knife, his cold gaze fixed on her. But he realized, dealing with you directly would be a waste. After all, bringing down the entire Huang Zhang group is my goal. Hand over the space system access device, and also the high-level permissions of Huang Zhang. Ling Yuan panicked, her voice stammering, "How do you know about the group's space network?" "No, if I do that, I will die." She trembled and took out a small device, handing it to Yi Wu. "This is my personal access device, please take it, the account and password are." She paused, her eyes filled with terror. "No, my body has." Her body shook, and she had to lean against the cabinet to remain standing. She spoke, almost pleading, "Everything you want, I have already given. Can you let me go this time?" Yi Wu ignored her words, focusing on the device he had just received. After a moment, he coldly said, "It's not your turn yet. You can sleep now." He had just finished speaking when Ling Yuan immediately lay down in the middle of the room and fell asleep. The surroundings began to change. Yi Wu stood in the room and thought to himself, "No wonder this is the dedicated access device of the board of directors, the speed is incredible. I didn't expect to return so quickly. This time, I will definitely wipe out his network system and see what secrets he is hiding." There were 2 cameras at the door capturing the scene, and the system reported, scanning and verifying, "Welcome back, Deputy Ling Yuan." Yi Wu stepped into the room, his gaze fixed on the large screen in front of him, finally accessed. This is the deputy's personal room, he sure knows how to enjoy himself. This life is a far cry from that of ordinary people, no one feels like they are living a civilian's life. Yi Wu quickly ordered, "There is no time to waste." Aivis immediately sprang into action, the robot swiftly taking orders. "Yes, master." Yi Wu settled comfortably into the large chair, his gaze still glued to the screen as he listened to Aivis report. "The research documents in this room all relate to the sphere of influence of that woman. For example, capital distribution, assassination team distribution, and information on espionage members. These do not hold much significance." After hearing this, Yi Wu pondered for a moment and then spoke, "So can we leverage the guest capabilities of the master technician to borrow the authority to probe into the information of the 2 other factions?" Aivis quickly replied, "With Ling Yuan's high-level authority, it takes only a few minutes to retain and process this information. The working capital of the entire group, weapon strategies, personal collaborations, and user data have been fully collected. This time, the Huang Zhang group seems to be running naked in front of us, ha." A moment later, a series of data appeared on the screen. Aivis began to analyze and said, "Based on the collected documents, I will provide you with some action suggestions based on my calculations. First, attack through the economic aspect. We can exploit hacking techniques to publicly disclose internal confidential documents, causing disadvantages for Huang Zhang. This will lead to their stock prices plummeting. Second, use violent methods. Based on intelligence recording the locations of Huang Zhang's weapon storage bases, we can carry out covert operations to systematically dismantle and cut off their supply resources." Yi Wu rested his arms on the chair, showing satisfaction, and said, "Not bad, not bad. Continue." Aivis continued the analysis. "Next, you can leverage Ling Yuan's authority to command an assassination squad targeting specific individuals. These targets could include spies that Huang Zhang has placed in other groups. Additionally, we can assassinate minor figures within the opposing group to create chaos and disputes among the competing factions." The system continued. "Finally, it is to completely destroy the survival network that the Huang Zhang group relies on, making them blind and deaf." Yi Wu saw the ferocious expression of Aivis and felt a little frightened, but still smiled and said, "Kid, you finally have a bit of the demeanor of a villain's advisor. But I like it." He stood up and ordered, "Let it be done like this. Everything must be completed within 10 days. Not only for the bet with Mochi to obtain the dungeon key but also because I don't want to be teleported away at a critical moment and have no time to react. Let's go." Suddenly, Aivis exclaimed in panic, "Wait a moment, master. I just intercepted a highly confidential news. I will send it to you right away." Yi Wu looked at the information on the screen and exclaimed in astonishment, "Huang Zhang is secretly contacting various major and minor forces inside and outside the safe zone, preparing to gather to attack Han Mo. Is he trying to annihilate each other?" He pondered, "I didn't expect Huang Zhang to take action first to gain an advantage. Fortunately, I discovered this. Otherwise, I would definitely be caught off guard." He plans to launch a full-scale attack in 5 days. With only 5 days left, it seems I have to use this time to create a major surprise for him. In the night at the center, a voice sounded, "Is it Yiwu? Why are you calling me so late?" Yiwu on the other end teased, "Guess where I am right now?" Emoko and I was sitting on the bed in her bedroom. While checking the system screen, she replied, "Based on your style, you must be out causing trouble for Huang Zhang." On Yiwu's side, after taking down a guard on the rooftop, he casually stood and talked to her. He reported, "I am currently at the house of Ling Yuan, Huang Zhang's deputy, to settle a personal score. By the way, I just got some important news." Upon hearing that, Emoko and I immediately asked, "Ling Yuan? If I remember correctly, she is one of the 3 powers of Huang Zhang, right? You really should call it reckless or overly decisive. So what is this important news?" Yi Wu replied, "Don't be too shocked when I tell you this. It is exactly as I expected." Emoko and I, astonished, exclaimed loudly, "What are you saying? Huang Zhang is amassing forces and is preparing to launch a full-scale attack on us in 5 days? Is this news for real?" Yi Wu calmly responded, "This is top-secret information that I intercepted by directly hacking into Huang Zhang's system. It can't be fake." Hearing his firm assertion, Emoko and I fell silent. She raised her hand to her chin, analyzing, "Huang Zhang seems to be indifferent, right? Although their strength has weakened to only half of our Han Mo, if they ally with other forces and launch a surprise attack, disregarding the consequences, it would still create a devastating blow against us." Listening to her analysis, he said, "Quickly inform your father and Emochi about this news, but don't let anyone else know. I suspect there's a mole in the Han Mo Corporation." Upon hearing this, she calmly stood up and said, "This is very normal. Our Han Mo has also arranged spies in other companies." But upon saying this, she suddenly paused. Yi Wu on the other side then asked, "Are you still worried about something?" Emoko and I walked toward the window, looking out at the night sky, and said, "I'm worried that even if I tell my father and Emochi, they might not necessarily believe me. Because we just said we want to defeat Huang Zhang, but then mentioned that Huang Zhang wants to attack us. Such contradictory attitudes would only make them suspect that we are up to something, wanting to use the company's power to eliminate Huang Zhang." He sat on the roof terrace, listening to her reasoning, and could only say, "People like them live all year round in the whirlpool of intrigue." He said, "Anyone who doubts will certainly not believe in such clear contradictions. Although I do not intend to borrow their strength, I must inform them, at least to make them vigilant. Compared to that, I am more worried about another matter." Hearing this, she asked, "What matter?" He said seriously, "How much damage will the war between the 2 major factions cause to ordinary people? The disaster in Zone 9 before will happen again. Especially, my family is currently in Zone 8. I must consider their safety." Kunenai crossed her arms, fell into contemplation, and then said, "Although this is not the outcome I hoped for, the conflict between the 2 sides fighting heedlessly will certainly affect the civilians." She looked down at where she lived. "The nights here are truly beautiful. The people are still moving about in a peaceful atmosphere." She continued, "This place is my hometown. I do not wish for it to be devastated by war, but the current situation is like a bowstring ready to snap. If we remind the people to evacuate in advance, Huang Zhang will detect the clues and miss the opportunity." She paused for a moment and then continued, "Furthermore, even if I mobilize all forces, I cannot guarantee the safety of the civilians. After all, there are 9 safe zones here, and the actual population is just too large." She hesitated, her voice gradually becoming smaller, "Therefore." She paused for a moment and said, "I can only rely on you, Yi Wu. You must work hard to weaken Huang Zhang's strength and reduce the scale of the battle to a controllable level before the official conflict begins." Hearing her say that, he agreed and replied, "I was just thinking the same thing. Here is the intelligence I have obtained about Huang Zhang and the plan I have developed. Please take a look so we can quickly come up with the final efficient solution." He sent her the plans he had devised. Looking at his plan on the screen, she could not hide her surprise. "In such a short time, you've thought of so much? Truly impressive." After reviewing, she nodded and said, I see no issues with this plan. You should proceed as you see fit. If you need support, you can always contact me. She continued to offer advice. Regarding your family, I recommend they leave the company during this time. Being near the company will be very dangerous at the moment. Do you have any reliable friends who could take care of your family during this time? Upon hearing this, he thought for a moment and softly murmured, a reliable friend, huh? Then he said, thank you for the reminder. I've come up with a solution. Let's proceed like this for now. Good night, she replied. Okay, sleep well. Somewhere, a car was rolling down a gravelly path. Outside the safe zone, on a cold day, the vehicle sped along, kicking up a thick layer of dust. Inside the car, Yiwu spoke up, everyone get out of the car. They are about to arrive. These are your family members. I brought them out of the safe zone to avoid being affected by the upcoming battle. His mother anxiously asked, Little Yi, are you really not going with us? His father intended to intervene but quickly advised, once the two major factions go to war, there will be almost no safe place in the city. Why don't you come with us? At this point, he suddenly stopped. Yiwu understood that his father and mother were worried about him, so he turned back and put on his brightest smile to reassure them, I'm sorry, father, mother. This time I can't listen to you. After all, in a sense, I am the main character of this battle. The show hasn't even started yet, how can the main character leave the stage early? Don't worry, I will be fine. Seeing their son assertively confirm, his father and mother knew they couldn't force him, so they could only helplessly say, all right. Seeing you so calm, we can also feel at ease. After all, you have grown up far beyond our understanding. But remember, no matter how strong you are, caution is always the priority. Don't let your guard down. Yiwu nodded, I understand. After comforting father and mother, Yiwu turned back to the others and said, Yunfei, Shishi, Nana, I'm sorry for troubling you all. Shishi stepped forward, her gaze resolute, Yiwu, I want to stay and help you. Yunfei couldn't hold back either, hesitating for a moment before saying, Brother, I'm very conflicted. Although I know the right thing to do now is to be with father and mother, I can't control the desire to stay and help you. Yiwu looked at Yunfei, gently ruffling her hair to comfort her, I know you are worried, but this time it's not something you all can handle. This battle is far different from a dungeon. Facing human opponents is much more complex than dealing with magical beasts. Human nature is something that cannot be controlled, and it is also the most dangerous. Hearing him, Yunfei calmed down, I understand now. At this moment, Nana sincerely reminded him, Master, you must be careful. This opponent is a large organization, after all, they have the advantage in numbers. Yiwu smiled reassuringly, there's no need to worry. I have experience dealing with Huang Zhang. This time we are well prepared. I believe that very soon, everyone will be reunited. Nana, remember to protect everyone well, because besides me, your level is the highest. Hearing this, Nana nodded happily, yes, Nana will definitely do that. Suddenly, she realized she was reacting a bit differently. She thought to herself, oh, was I just worried about him? No, I just don't hope he dies senselessly in the war like that. His life must definitely be in my hands. Yes, it must be like that. Seeing the people in front of her, Yiwu silently encouraged herself, after I get the key to the dungeon, I will definitely establish a stronghold. That way, my family won't have to struggle everywhere because of dangers from the outside anymore. Just wait for me. The sound of vehicles was getting closer, and a voice called out from afar, Yiwu, we have arrived. Have you been waiting long? It was the Sky Dawn team. It turned out Yiwu had asked them to bring her family to safety. Lan Qingyan led a new group of people, waved at him, and said, Guys, this is the person I told you about. Quickly, say hello. Upon hearing that, they all bowed and said in unison, Hello, Yiwu. Seeing them surround him, Yiwu spoke up, Hey, I'm just an investor, right? Why suddenly has it turned into a senior position? Xiao Jie laughed, threw an arm around Yiwu's shoulder, and said, "No need to be surprised. Our team has reached its current scale thanks to your money and strategic planning. In terms of feelings and reasons, you deserve to be a senior." Hao Shui chimed in, "That's right. What's up? You don't agree?" Zheng Cheng stood behind and added, "Don't worry, there won't be any trivial matters to trouble you. You just need to be a spiritual totem." Lan Qingyun then asked, "Do you really not need our help? Now our Horizon combat team is different from before. We have enough manpower to deal with various issues." Hearing this, he replied, "This time it's not necessary. The situation is quite complicated, and acting alone is more convenient. You all just need to focus on protecting my family." Seeing that he had said so, Lan Qingyun responded, "No problem, leave it to us." After that, he turned back and cheerfully waved goodbye to his family. "Hello father, mother. I am the captain of the Horizon combat team, Lan Qingyun. I have been entrusted by Yi Wu to ensure the safety of everyone. During this time, please guide us." There was no time to delay, he urged, "Let's get moving, we don't want to miss Yi Wu's plan." His father happily said, "All right, then we rely on you kids." After getting in the vehicle, everyone looked out the window, waving goodbye to him once more. "Yi Wu, you must take care. Everyone is waiting for your return." He also cheerfully raised his hand high in farewell, his face glowing as he shouted, "Everyone take care. I promise I'll be back very soon." After saying that, he turned and headed towards the safe zone, calling out, "Let's go. AI Vis, enter Huang Zhang's network and begin the first phase of combat operations." "Understood." AI Vis responded. At the Huang Zhang group, in the data monitoring room, everyone was still working diligently. Huang Fusheng, the chairman of the group, spoke up and asked, "What is the current situation?" A subordinate quickly reported, "Everything is going smoothly according to the chairman's plan. As long as we continue to push the stock prices up today and complete a round of harvesting, the capital to launch the raid can be secured on time. This time, we will definitely capture the Han Mo group." Hearing this, Huang Fusheng smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very good." Suddenly, the screen displayed a red alert. A subordinate turned pale and shouted, "Report. The system has just detected a large amount of negative news about the group spreading online. This is causing everything to deviate from the trajectory we had mapped out." Huang Fusheng angrily shouted, "What? At such a critical moment? What is the content?" The subordinate wiped the sweat from his brow and immediately replied, "I will transfer it to the main screen right away." The screen displayed a series of negative news about the Huang Zhang group, along with highly engaging posts on social media. Some prominent headlines included, "Huang Zhang suffered a disastrous defeat against Han Mo in the dungeon battle," or "The culprit who destroyed the base turned out to be it." Not stopping there, information about Huang Zhang's main battle team being severely injured spread rapidly. A member of the Emperor team expressed surprise and stated that he did not understand what had happened. Additionally, the beautiful CEO of Huang Zhang, who was responsible for overseeing the operations, was heavily criticized for the failure. The board of directors demanded that she take action to redeem herself. The atmosphere in the monitoring room became extremely tense. After reading a series of unfavorable news, a man angrily shouted, "What the hell is this? Damn it, what is all this nonsense?" He then turned around and pointed at several subordinates, yelling, "Damn it! How are you doing business? Didn't we spend $18,000 to bribe all the companies and media? Why is there negative news related to us?" The bald subordinate, after contacting various companies and media, replied, "I've asked several places, but they all say they don't know about this. It seems like the system has been hacked." Contrary to the panic of the subordinates, Chairman Huang Zhang remained calmer. He said, "This kind of fabricated rumor isn't frightening. Quickly handle it thoroughly, and investigate the source of the information. See who dares to confront us." Just as he finished speaking, another subordinate rushed in, shouting, "Not good. A report about the internal financial losses of the group has just spread online. All the figures have been verified as true. Huang Zhang could no longer maintain his composure. He shouted, "What did you say?" Then, he rushed over, grabbed the collar of the person who had reported and said in a low voice, "How could this happen? How could the confidential financial report documents of the internal group leak online? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" He leaned back in fear and replied, "Absolutely correct, Chairman. I have cross-checked multiple times. This is indeed the data from our internal financial report." A series of bad news emerged one after another. The subordinates hurriedly reported, "Chairman, due to the disclosure of the financial report just now, the company's stock price has started to decline." Two others anxiously added, "The subsidiaries are the same. In fact, the stock prices of our partner enterprises are also plummeting." One person continued to report, "The market capitalization has been estimated to evaporate by hundreds of billions. Chairman, please give instructions." Looking at the figures and the stock prices plummeting without breaks, he furiously shouted, trembling, "What is this situation? Who is sabotaging me?" Suddenly, a ting sound indicated someone was contacting him. The system quickly reported, "Wang Fude is requesting to contact you." In his heart, he thought, of all times, he chooses to call now. Then, he pressed the button to accept the call. On the other end, Huang Fude spoke, "Hello, big brother, the stock price of the company just plummeted. What is going on?" Hearing the question, he could only respond helplessly, "I am not sure. I don't know where the confidential information was leaked from." On the other side, at the Huang Zhang group, in a secret war room, a man was standing in front of the communication screen. That person is Huang Fude. After hearing Huang Zhang speak in a disjointed manner, he angrily shouted, "What do you mean you're unclear? The leaked documents are the confidential reports of the company, and you have always been responsible for safeguarding them. Now you say you're unclear, this affects our plans. Can you bear the responsibility for this?" Faced with the shouting, the old man wouldn't back down and shouted back loudly, "Damn it! What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you speak to your elder brother? I will investigate this matter myself. You should focus on managing your armed forces well." Huang Fude, hearing this, retorted angrily, "I don't need you to concern yourself with my matters. The progress on my side is going very smoothly." Just as he hung up, a subordinate rushed in a panic to report, "It's not good, senior. Our armory is under attack." The main screen displayed images of the armory being destroyed. A notification popped up, "Alert, the second armory is under attack by unidentified forces, with damage levels reaching 80%. Requesting reinforcements, requesting reinforcements." Other areas also reported that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th zones were also under attack. Looking at the military zones being destroyed on the screen, he seemed unable to believe it. Huang Fude's face darkened as he listened to his subordinate's report. He spoke sternly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The locations of the weapons cache are all classified. I selected them carefully, and only a few people within the company even know. How could it be attacked on such a large scale? Could there be an insider?" Before he finished speaking, Huang Fude turned to glare at one of his subordinates. He grabbed the man's collar, lifted him off the ground, and growled, "Is it you?" The subordinate turned pale with fear and quickly exclaimed, "Senior, spare me. How could it possibly be me?" At that moment, he added, "Senior, the surveillance footage at the scene has captured the image of the intruder." Huang Fude released the subordinate, tossed him aside, and ordered, "Send it to the main screen immediately. I need to see who dares to touch my property." On the screen, a large shadow appeared amidst the flames. Huang Fude's well-armed subordinates continued to unleash a hail of bullets at the target. One of them shouted, "It's on fire. Quickly shoot him dead." Bullets pierced through the body of the figure, yet it continued to advance boldly step by step. The scene caused chaos among the men, who screamed, "The bullets! The bullets are ineffective. This is a monster." The figure unexpectedly grinned. He raised his hand, and a surge of energy emitted along with a loud explosion, creating a shockwave that affected the entire electrical signal system in the area. Huang Fude looked at the screen in front of him. The signal suddenly interrupted, causing the screen to go black. One of his subordinates reported, "The screen only shows this, the assailant is completely surrounded by fire. We cannot identify their identity, sir." Huang Fude was furious, slamming his hand down on the table. "Playing dirty with me, huh? Who exactly is behind this?" He frowned, muttering, "Damn, ruining my plans at such a critical moment. Who could it be? Could it be the Huangzheng group? No. If it were them, they would have acted long ago. There would be no need to wait until now." After a moment of thought, Huang Fude decided, "Looks like the solo plan needs to be carried out sooner." In safe zone number 5, a figure gradually appeared. Yi Wu. After finishing the destruction of the Huangzheng group, he smiled slightly and said to himself, "This account twin which is truly too useful. Especially the advanced space transfer magic, which helps me move easily between safe zones." Yi Wu opened the map, looking at the remaining areas. He smirked. "Huangzheng surely didn't expect that I would destroy all of their weapon caches, large and small, in just one morning. Not only did I deal a severe economic blow, but I also wiped out nearly half of their weapon stockpiles. If I maintain this efficiency, I can accomplish most of the plan in just one day. Everything is going even more smoothly than expected." Looking up towards Safe Zone 1, Yi Wu said, "Quickly handle the remaining areas, then it's time to warm up at Huangzheng's headquarters." In the tall tower across, a dazzling light shone directly into the sky. Yi Wu saw that scene and murmured, "Isn't that the first district? This beam of light. It seems to be a barrier spreading out. But this is not an ordinary barrier." He was startled and said, "A barrier? What is going on here? Who activated it? I should use magic to teleport over there and investigate what it really is." At that moment, the system reminded him, "Warning. Detecting the presence of a legendary level barrier ahead. High-level magic cannot penetrate. Forcing the use of magic will lead to backlash. Please consider carefully, host." Hearing the system's warning, Yi Wu frowned. "A legendary level barrier. What is this?" After a moment of thought, he said, "Now there are only two possibilities. First, Han Mo actively deployed the barrier to avoid being attacked. But if that's the case, why hasn't Han Mo informed me? Moreover, the headquarters of Huangzheng is also located in the first district. Using this type of defense doesn't make sense. If so, there's only one other possibility left." Before he could finish his reasoning, the system chimed in with a new notification. "CU is requesting to connect with you." Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Yi Wu was a bit surprised. "CU?" As soon as he answered, he heard her voice rushing, "Yi Wu, there's an emergency. I'm currently in the black market of the 5th district. Suddenly, the mercenaries and the people from Huangzheng here are surrounding us." Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, leaving Yi Wu in shock. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously, indicating that the battle was raging fiercely. She spoke in a hurried tone, "It's not just Sector 5. I just received news that the company's assets from Sector 2 to Sector 9 are all besieged. Moreover, the young lady and the company leader are unreachable. You need to go for reinforcement immediately." The deafening explosion bang rang out again. Hearing that, he replied, "Understood, I'll go right away." After hanging up, he pondered, Huangzheng acted so quickly. This is a last resort, he can no longer sit idly by. Well, it's time to put an end to this feud. At the black market in Sector 5, two people lay slumped at the door, with laughter ringing out from the group of mercenaries. Their captain, a man named Hao Meng, smugly shouted, "Han Mo's kiddo, come out here. If you come out now, I'll still leave you a way out. Otherwise, just wait until I break the door down and kill each and every one of you." He laughed heartily, "Ah." Inside, some people huddled together in fear. One person trembled and said, "I'm scared." Siyu yelled out, Aren't you afraid of the Han Mo group counterattacking? Don't think that just because you have Huang Zhang backing you, you can do whatever you want. Nya added firmly, even if I die, I will never surrender to scum like you. A person standing nearby, terrified, turned around and said, Sister Siyu, it would be better if we don't provoke those beasts. Called a beast, he scowled and replied defiantly, Siyu, what threat are you posing, you stinky whore? Let me tell you, I don't think Huang Zhang is worth anything. He's just a stupid fool. And I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Usually, I spare you for Han Mo's sake. Today, you better think about how you will serve me later. Ha ha. His laughter was filled with lust, weaving through each word. The others inside were terrified, collapsing to the ground, covering their faces and crying, saying to her, Sister Siyu, what should we do now? I don't want to be humiliated by those beasts. Siyu was also very frightened, because Yiwu still hadn't arrived. If they really broke down the door, she wasn't sure she could withstand it. However, she tried to reassure everyone, don't lose hope. Reinforcements will definitely come. What we need to do now is to be patient and wait. Just as she finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. The beasts had truly broken in. They charged in like starving tigers, shouting greedily, Beautiful girl. We are here. If you don't want to die, surrender your weapons obediently. A girl in panic raised her gun, but Siyu immediately stopped her. She cast a cold look at the enemy and said, I advise you to think carefully. After this battle, Han Mo will definitely punish you. The enemy paid no attention to her words, responding disdainfully, What does the battle between your company have to do with us? By the time that happens, we will have made a big sum of money and disappeared from this wilderness. Ha ha. As he said this, he suddenly tore her shirt. The surprise left Siyu unable to react, and he seized her tightly. His face displayed a crude expression, I absolutely won't miss this heavenly opportunity. Today, I will let a proud and arrogant person like you taste what it's like to be forcefully suppressed. Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinned her down firmly. Siyu struggled but couldn't escape, only able to scream, no. He showed no mercy, growing even more excited as he loudly called, Brothers, let's get to work. The surrounding henchmen cheered in response, Senior long live. Ha ha. However, things were not as easy as that. Before they could do anything, flames from outside suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire area. The henchmen screamed in agony, "Aaaaa!" The leader panicked and turned around, shouting loudly, Holy shit, what the hell is going on? From the shadows, a mysterious figure approached. Wherever this person passed, fire consumed everything, causing the leader to panic even more. A panicked henchman shouted, Demon! Devil! When seeing the stranger approaching, the mercenary pointed ahead and shouted, Damn it, what are you standing there for? Quickly! Shoot the high-grade water attribute enchanted bullets, kill the thing that's neither human nor devil for me. Hearing the command, the henchmen quickly opened fire towards the front, replying in unison, yes. However, the bullets fired had no effect. An invisible shield surrounded the stranger, leaving him completely unharmed. The leader of the mercenaries angrily roared, Damn it! I used enchanted bullets and they didn't do anything. What's going on? The stranger calmly said, Knowing how to use opposing attributes to attack weaknesses isn't too bad. But before absolute power, weak point attributes essentially do not exist. At that moment, the mysterious figure stepped out, revealing his face. It was Yi Wu. Siyu and Nyaya, seeing Yi Wu, joyfully exclaimed in unison, Yi Wu. The leader of the mercenaries, upon seeing this, sneered, Not only has my plan been ruined, but he is also alone. There's a lot of us, killing him is as easy as flipping a hand. He shouted loudly, Everyone, charge! Cut him down! The henchmen replied in unison, Yes, Senior. Just as they charged, Yu merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, flames erupted beneath the pants of the henchmen. They jumped up, screaming, Damn it! My pants. Why are they on fire? It's hot. Too hot. Seeing the situation, the other guys also looked down. They discovered that their pants were completely burned, and they were in pain as they tried to extinguish the flames while shouting loudly, "Hey! My pants are on fire!" At that moment, Hao Meng screamed, "Quick, come help me put out the fire!" Hearing their senior call for help, the subordinates seemed to forget that they were also on fire. They took turns stomping to extinguish the flames, but it was still futile. Some began to question, why is this fire so strange? Why can't we put it out? Hao Meng, in excruciating pain from the flames, was also accidentally stomped on in a sensitive area by his subordinates, screaming in agony, "Hey! It hurts! It's hot! I'm going to die!" Who? Unable to extinguish the fire by himself, Hao Meng knelt down, clasped his hands in prayer, and pleaded, "Please spare my life. I beg you, let us go. We surrender, please forgive us. It was all due to the coercive orders, we had no choice. Please have mercy on my family for 10 generations." Hearing this, the man coldly replied, "Surrendering is not enough. It's time for reincarnation." Immediately, the flames blazed stronger, incinerating all of them. Hao Meng and his subordinates could not resist, only able to scream in pain before collapsing. At that moment, Siyu and Miaoya ran quickly towards him. Both of them hugged him tightly, choking back tears. "Yiwu. Finally, you have come to save us. We're so glad you arrived in time. Otherwise..." Miaoya choked on her words, unable to continue due to overwhelming fear. Yiwu gently replied, "I'm sorry, I arrived too late." He turned back and said to everyone, "We can't stay here for long, everyone quickly follow me." Hearing him say that, a few people behind hesitated, "But the fire surrounds us on all sides, how can we get out?" He didn't answer, just silently parted the flames and led the way, "Go this way." When they saw the exit gradually becoming clear, everyone exclaimed in amazement, "Oh! The fire is parting on its own." The girls watched him with admiration in their eyes. One of them softly exclaimed, "He's so strong. And he's also very handsome." It turns out he is the legendary person who broke the contribution record in the dungeon battle. Another girl approached, half-jokingly asking Siyu, "Sister Siyu, is he your boyfriend? Or is he Niao Ya's?" Upon hearing this, Siyu felt a little shy but affirmed, "Unfortunately, no. But I think now all of you want to be his girlfriend. He is just that kind of person." Miaoya also avoided everyone's gaze, shyly replying, "Don't say that. Yiwu is also my benefactor." After that, everyone followed him out to an empty square. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped, pointed toward the safe zone number 1, and asked Siyu, "Siyu young lady, you've been up there for a long time. Have you ever seen this kind of barrier before?" Siyu looked in the direction he pointed and replied, "I've never seen a barrier of this scale before. So it turns out that it has prevented me from contacting the young lady. I've encountered barriers covering small areas, like a street, but a barrier covering an entire safe zone like this can only be achieved with a legendary level barrier device." Hearing her say that, he nodded slightly. It seems that Huang Zhang is determined to fight to the end. Furthermore, they have changed their plan, launching an attack ahead of schedule. This is beyond my expectations. Siyu continued, "The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. If Huang Zhang has made a move, we must also respond immediately. I will contact the person in charge in other safe zones. Everyone needs to coordinate to prevent an attack from Huang Zhang." After hearing her assign tasks, he spread his wings without hesitation. He was preparing to leave, flying while saying, "All right. You take care of this aspect. I will find a way to break through the barrier and directly attack Huang Zhang's headquarters." Siyu reminded him, to maintain such a large barrier, the resource consumption must be enormous. Zone 1 cannot handle it alone. More than half of the energy must be transferred from other safe zones. You can exploit this weakness. After being prompted by her, Yiwu said, "Okay, I understand. After saying that, he immediately flew away. The other girls waved goodbye, simultaneously saying, "Oh, are you leaving already so soon?" Siyu shouted loudly, "You must pay attention to safety too." Yi Wu turned his head and replied, "I will be careful." "Take care, everyone." As he flew away, he contemplated the situation in Area 1. He was unsure how many forces Huang Zhang had gathered there, but with the Emo Tsong team present, the situation would likely not be easy to control. However, Huang Zhang's sudden attack made him feel uneasy. He thought, Ling Yuan's access device hasn't received any news or attack orders. This means that one of Huang Zhang's three major forces has acted independently. If Ling Yuan has been controlled by me, then the one behind this can only be Huangfu Shang or Huangfu Di. I must quickly clarify this. Meanwhile, Yi Wu kept in contact with everyone through the communication device. Ling Yuan stood by the window, looking down at the barrier of Area 1, clearly stating the information she knew to him, "Yes, Master." The space was silent, except for the echo of the connection. Ling Yuan slowly moved toward the window, her eyes focused on the enormous barrier covering Area 1. She said, "If Area 1 is isolated, then there's a 50% chance it's due to that old second Huangfu Di. I speculate his main base is in Area 2. This indicates that he wants to cage boss Huangfu Shang and Huang Zhang to fight each other. Meanwhile, he will stand by and reap the benefits. As for how to break the barrier, I must admit, I really don't know." Before disconnecting, Master Yi Wu only instructed Ling Yuan, "Huangfu Di? Understood. You continue to await orders." He supported Ling Yuan while angrily scolding his subordinates, "A bunch of useless trash. How much money does the company spend to support you, and yet you can't even solve this little poison?" The subordinates could only lower their heads in apology, flustered as they replied, "We truly apologize, Hadi Lord. The poison in Ling Yuan's body is indeed one we have never encountered before. To completely detoxify, we will need much more time." Hadi glared, his voice cold, "Then why aren't you getting to work?" Yes. Elderly, an experienced pharmacist, shook his head in confusion. But in his heart, he was secretly pleased. "I didn't expect there to be such a terrifyingly advanced toxin. It seems I haven't followed the wrong person." He chuckled softly, "Yi Wu, go ahead and completely destroy Huang Zhang. I can't wait to follow you and struggle in the world of pharmacology." Ha ha. Yi Wu used her true eye to scan the surrounding area. "Has the second district started fighting already?" "Luckily, I destroyed most of Huang Zhang's heavy weapons earlier, so the scale of the battle doesn't seem too large." The system reported that there were no life forms matching Huangfu Di's characteristics in the inner city area. This left Yi Wu feeling very confused. Impossible, is there really no one? Since Huangfu Di is not at the second district base, he is likely at his secret base. This is definitely going to be troublesome, as the recovery time for the True Eye is 2 hours. What should I do next to find him? A drone flew close and reported to Yi Wu, "Report, Master, during the recent reconnaissance, we discovered a person you will definitely be very interested in." "A person I'm interested in?" Yi Wu was surprised. "Who is it?" "Ah, it's that person," the drone continued. Yi Wu, curious, requested more details. "She is busy as usual." Yi Wu smiled and immediately moved to the second district. At the bank under Huang Zhang's control, she unexpectedly saw a man who had taken down several guards lying sprawled on the ground. He was still searching for something. "Not this, not that, what on earth is it?" The man mumbled, then suddenly looked up. "Oh, long time no see, what are you looking for this time?" Shuaihe was startled when she heard footsteps from behind. She quickly stood up, drawing her sword to defend herself. To her surprise, the person who appeared was Yi Wu. "Why is it you?" Yi Wu paused, smiling. "I was just about to ask you the same. Why do you always choose to steal during the noon? Are you really afraid that something bad will happen in the morning or at night?" Shuaihe lowered her sword and turned away. "Do you think you're funny? Why are you always meddling in my affairs? Why are you constantly following me?" "Ah, that's an interesting thing for you to say. I just happened to see and wanted to remind you a bit. The situation is tense right now, and you are the top target on Huang Zhang's bounty list. To brazenly appear in their territory like this is extremely dangerous. Hearing Yi Wu's words, Shuai only thought of him as a busybody. She didn't want to entangle herself further, quickly saying, I appreciate your reminder, but you can leave now. Yi Wu saw that she was completely unfazed by her safety and continued to rummage through things. He thought to himself, indeed, she is the ice goddess of the academy, always exhibiting a strong demeanor. She's no different from Shui Lu. He waved goodbye. All right then, I must hurry to deal with Huang Fudi. You take care of yourself. Wait a minute. Hearing the name Yi Wu just mentioned, Shui couldn't help but feel eager to join. You said you want to go kill Huang Fudi, so count me in, she spoke up. What? Do you have a grudge against him too? Yi Wu asked, a bit surprised. Ignoring his question, Shui quickly walked ahead. We just need to share the same goal. As for the reason, you don't need to ask too much. All right, Yi Wu replied, then suddenly stopped. But now there's a tricky problem. Previously, I received intel saying he was at the main base in Zone 2. But in reality, he's not here. Do you have any leads? Shui pondered for a moment, then made a guess. Huang Fudi is cunning and suspicious by nature. Typically, he won't stay at any base for more than 3 days. But I know a few places he often frequents. Then please lead the way, Yi Wu nodded, giving her the go-ahead to walk in front. He watched her go, thinking to himself, she seems very familiar with the enemy's habits. There must be some hidden story between them. But that's not my concern. I just need to find Huang Fudi. Seeing Yi Wu lost in thought, Shui urged, let's go. Don't just stand there. Wait a moment, Yi Wu spoke, glancing at the money in her hand. Don't you care about this money? My goal has never been about money, Shui replied decisively, I only take what I want. Hearing Shui say that, Yi Wu happily replied, that's really a waste. If you don't need it, then I won't be polite anymore. Wait for me a minute. Immediately, the system quickly notified that Yi Wu's account had received 2,500,000 in funds. Soon, the two of them arrived at the safe zone number 4, in the secret command room of Huang Zhang. A loud explosion rang out. Yi Wu stepped on one of his subordinates, coldly asking, where is Huang Fudi? The subordinate stuttered, I don't know. I really don't know. Yi Wu looked around, then turned to Shui with a disappointed expression, we are empty-handed again. So now there's only one place left. Seeing Yi Wu acting so decisively and forcefully, Shui couldn't help but be surprised, he is much stronger than before. Previously, I could sense something, but witnessing this overwhelming power with my own eyes has left me profoundly shocked. It seems that choosing to accompany him is not a wrong decision, she thought. But right after that, Yi Wu prompted her to lead the way, let's go. There's only one more significant stronghold left. I hope our luck is good enough to find it. Noticing Shui bowing her head in silence, seemingly ignoring what he said, Yi Wu gently shook her shoulder, what's wrong? Shui, why do I feel your body is shaking? Shui trembled, her voice hesitant and filled with fear, if possible, I hope I don't have to go back to that place. Yi Wu stepped forward, patting her shoulder in comfort, it's okay, no matter what personal grievances you have with Huang Fudi, you can stay here. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Wu. You. Shui looked up at him, touched, thank you for your warmth. Even though my body is resisting, I must face it. Otherwise, I will never be able to move forward. Yi Wu nodded in agreement, Shui is strong, but does she also have a past that cannot be mentioned? If you have chosen to face it, I will do my best to help you. The two of them walked towards safe zone number 8, the underground secret base of Huang Zhang. As they walked, Yi Wu glanced around, Zone 8 actually has this place. I've been here for so long and never discovered it. Moreover, the defensive forces inside, regardless of their numbers or firepower, are much stronger than elsewhere. It seems we've found the right place. Shuai agreed with Yi Wu, because this place has the assets that he values the most. Assets? What assets? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that a wave of elemental magic attacks was coming at them. Shuai suddenly shouted, "Ambush!" Immediately, Yi Wu opened the protective cage for both of them and stood safely inside. He remarked, "Moreover, this wave of attacks is interspersed with much stronger magic effects than before. It seems we are getting closer to our target." The mist from the attack dissipated. Right in front of them, the two saw 5 girls who looked exactly alike blocking their path. Yi Wu curiously turned to ask Shuai, "What is going on here?" Aside from the color of their eyes and hair, they not only resemble Shuai but can be said to look identical. Shuai lowered her head, trembling as she saw the image of a man standing in front of her. He spoke, "You have finally returned, haven't you? Shuai, or should I call you the experiment subject Azure 13? Yi Wu angrily retorted, "Experiment subject? What do you mean by that?" The man, Huang Fude, laughed loudly and replied, "You got so close to her and still didn't realize her true identity? How foolish." Shuai clutched her head and screamed, trying not to confront him, "Stop talking." Seeing Shuai panic, Huang Fude became even more excited. He said, "It seems that after fleeing for so long, the slave nature in your bones hasn't changed. Confronting your master, your instincts will make you feel fear, right? Experiment subject Azure 13. Ha ha. Yi Wu said with a fierce tone, "Shut up. I am not someone who randomly probes into people's private lives, nor am I interested in knowing what grudges you have among yourselves. But the way you casually make things difficult for my friend is an unforgivable offense. Today, I will settle both your old grudges and new ones with you and Huang Zhang." Huang Fude looked Yi Wu up and down, angrily saying, "You're quite arrogant. I remember now, you are the kid with a bounty on your head, named Yi Wu. Ling Yuan is really useless, how could he let a kid like you play him around? Today is just perfect, you've not only come to me but have also brought a big present. I must thank you properly." The 5 girls from earlier approached, surrounding the 2 of them. Shuai felt a bit scared. Yi Wu quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. This little trouble isn't enough to pose a threat to me. Thank you for your warmth, but I'm not someone who needs protection." Scared? Perhaps, but it wasn't ordinary fear. It was an uncontrollable anxiety about his own murderous nature, a fear of losing his qualification to be human. Shuai quickly transformed into the Azure 13 experimental form, reaching level 110. In no time, she released her skills, using the 5-dimensional ice crystal to freeze the 5 girls surrounding them. She thought, "Is this truly the model of my succession?" Excited by her own capabilities, she continued to launch her attacks. She dodged the blows and swiftly shattered the encircling force. Unbearable even in one strike. She contemptuously remarked as her 5 counterparts were repelled. Seeing Shuai's abilities, Yi Wu was incredibly astonished that white liquid is artificial plasma. He had once seen records related to it in the school library, an ancient secret technique, a legendary process of biological simulation that has existed for a long time. Who would have thought Huang Zhang would conceal such a technique? Yi Wu pondered. Most importantly, I never expected Shuai to be so powerful. Previously, when she fought against me, she always restrained her own strength. Huang Fude clapped and exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. After leaving, you have grown stronger than before. Truly worthy of being the only successful experiment created from Shuai's DNA, a semi-simulated clone. Not only does she possess independent consciousness, but she also has the ability to self-upgrade. Ordinary biological simulations cannot compare to her at all." Yi Wu was astonished, seemingly grasping the situation, so it turns out Shuai and Shuai have such a relationship. Thinking back, he realized that Shuai must have also known about Shuai's existence. Could it be that Shuai proactively suggested using her DNA in exchange for the privilege of freedom of action, or did Huang Zheng conceal it from her and proceed with the experiment in the shadows? Huang Fude was furious, hurriedly removing his gloves, revealing a mechanical arm with advanced components. He shouted, truly being in fortune but not knowing how to enjoy it. What is there for a weak creature like a human that you should desire? Isn't an undying body, one that can be replaced and improved upon like a simulation, far better? He continued, his voice full of disdain. I have spent a great deal of effort and money to enhance myself, to escape the frail body of a human. Yet here you are, wishing to become human? How ridiculous! Initially, I had planned to allow you to grow freely, to reach a higher rank before reclaiming you. But since you have come here of your own accord, today I will reclaim you directly. Upon finishing, he snapped his fingers, ordering activation. Instantly, 5 embodiments fused into one, forming the evil experiment body. A cold voice resonated from the system, fusion complete. Level 130. Activating magic module. Commence execution of the destruction order. Shuai stood opposite him, her eyes devoid of fear. She spoke with determination, Huang Fude, you are wrong. I do not crave an undying body or false power. I want to be human, a real human. Only by removing the controlling components within this body can I be truly free. She paused momentarily before continuing, but luckily, I have gathered enough enhancement components. As long as I kill you and escape the control, I will be able to become myself. Huang Fude laughed, the sound filled with mockery. A weak creature like you wants to kill me? Absurd! Very well, let me see what you can do. The battle began, both charging at each other with fierce strength and will. Shuai focused on observing, trying to analyze, but she could not understand, how could a beast level 130 be created? If she did not give up her current human form and release all of her final energy, she would definitely lose. However, if she did so, the years of hard work she had put in would go to waste. But now, she had no other choice. When Shuai was about to change her current form, she was stopped by Yiwu. Wait a minute, why do you look so tragic as if you are about to die? Although this information is a bit overwhelming, I haven't even had time to fully understand it, but please don't give up so easily. Even if you don't need my protection, don't underestimate my usefulness. After all, we have been through this together, are we not comrades? Yi Wu's words left Shuai astonished. Yi Wu continued, people like that scum are not worth you throwing away yourself. Shuai was dazed when she felt Yi Wu gently touch her forehead. That light touch made her lose consciousness. The system notification shifted to MOC's account, activating the Master Technique ability. Yiwu supported Shuai, generating a level 150 energy shield to protect her, and whispered softly, just have a good sleep, let me handle the next steps. Yiwu saw the opponent approaching alone, quickly adjusting his state and preparing to fight. A group of experimental demonic fusion beings, numbered 14, immediately deployed their attack plan to eliminate Yiwu. They determined that given the current level of danger, the primary target was the man before them. Yiwu remained unfazed, merely giving a faint smile. You're quite perceptive. But compared to hate, I pity you all much more. Yiwu advanced and shattered the enemy formation with just one hand. The fused clones were dismantled upon contact in the astonishment of Huang Fude. What? Who exactly is this kid? Not only did he make Azure 13 stop its rampage immediately, but he also easily dismantled my secret weapon. His technical level is certainly not ordinary, Huang Fude thought in shock. Seeing the astonished expression of his opponent, Yi Wu deliberately provoked further, I still have some impression of Huang Zheng's technique, but this is hardly worth mentioning. If you have any more toys, bring them out for me to broaden my horizons. Huang Fude, furious, soared high into the air, deciding to confront Yi Wu directly. He declared, Yi Wu, you have skill, truly something to be proud of. But let's stop here, for I will use my superior technique to turn you into an obedient dog. Yi Wu remained calm, looking at Huang Fude and replied, what superior advanced technique? To put it bluntly, you're nowhere near master level in technique. If you're capable, come over here and let's see who really ends up as the dog that obeys. Huang Fude concentrated all his firepower to attack Yi Wu, his voice full of arrogance. Dare to brag in front of me? Do you not know your own limits? Turn to dust. Yi Wu chuckled lightly, a bit regretful. A battle mech, huh? Unfortunately, I don't have a mech to use right now. If I did, I would love to control it to fight against you for fun. But for now, I can only take this opportunity to practice my combat skills a little with my technical account. Having said that, Yi Wu quickly created a barrier, preventing the missiles from intruding. Huang Fude burst into loud laughter. Huh? Do you think that just because you can block this round of fire, you can dissolve my attack? So naive. My missiles, once they lock onto a target, will chase you down to the death. The firepower seemed to have been evaded but suddenly changed direction and chased after Yi Wu. However, he remained calm, snapping his fingers, executing precise maneuvers, and disabling all of Huang Fude's missiles in an instant. Yi Wu smiled lightly, his voice full of implication. Naive? Perhaps so. I was once naive, once praying for a world of peace. Just as Yi Wu finished speaking, Huang Fude's firepower suddenly changed shape. Huang Fude panicked and roared, "Damn it! My missiles! Why did they turn into flowers? What are you playing at? What the hell is this?" He was surprised when they continued to be inserted into the barrel of the gun one by one. Huang Fude, in his armor, stood dazed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, what kind of ability is this? How can you create such unimaginable things?" Yi Wu laughed. "Wait until you reach the master level of technology, then you'll understand." "But I guess that day won't come for you." Huang Fude stubbornly refused to believe what he was witnessing. He shook his head, his voice full of doubt. "Nonsense! How can a kid like you be a master of technology? Besides, even if you reach the master level, you still couldn't have an ability like yours." Yi Wu remained calm, his arms crossed as he explained, "It is precisely because I am a master of technology that I can disregard the suppression level of the mecha's attack in your technical domain. However, I have a question. Weren't you saying that the strongest person, Huang Zhang, is Xuelu? Why is your level equivalent to hers?" Huang Fude laughed scornfully. "Xuelu is indeed very strong, but in my eyes, she is merely a pawn. That is why I granted her the highest degree of freedom. Because she is extremely powerful, I can use her genes to create an even stronger simulated army." Yi Wu nodded, listening to his analysis, unafraid to ask directly, "You really do enjoy reaping benefits without effort? Using a barrier to seal off an area is also your tactic, isn't it?" He said, "I want to trap Han Mo Huangfu Shang, letting them kill each other. In the end, I will come in to clean up the mess." Huang Fude's face turned pale, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "You are indeed very clever. No wonder Ling Yuan valued you so much at the beginning, wanting to categorize you as a key reward target. It seems now that you are truly our top enemy, Huang Zhang. The level of threat you pose is no less than that of the entire Han Mo group. With a target posing such a high threat like you, we must eradicate you thoroughly. I will show you my strongest state." Huang Fude quickly activated the strongest form of the magic suit mecha level 180. Yi Wu, instead of being afraid, mocked, "Wow, the magic suit mecha 180 is really cool. The name you gave it is quite impressive too." Huang Fude immediately unleashed his strongest move, which was the magic bombardment. "In the face of my enhanced magic attack, you have nowhere to hide. Die." The overwhelming attack caused the spot where Yi Wu was standing to explode. "Ha! I've blown you to smithereens. This is the fate of those who dare to confront me." However, amidst the raging flames, Yi Wu appeared, completely unharmed, without a single wound. "You really are good at naming things." "In the field of naming, I concede defeat. But if we are talking about magic, then I will also show my true skills." He said, "What? You are unscathed? How is that possible?" Yi Wu quickly commanded the system to summon the Light Witch Avril. As he was executing the order, the system on Huang Fude's side suddenly sent a message, "Warning, warning. There is a high energy source above. Above the base, alongside more than 10 stories and a special metal protective layer against nuclear attacks, there was nothing else. Huang Fude was taken aback to see a strange object falling down. A meteorite? But how could there be a meteorite underground at a depth of dozens of meters? What the hell is this? He quickly activated the enhanced magic power shield, but the shield's value was increasing too slowly to change the situation. The magic suit mecha had only 20% health left, with less than a minute of operational time remaining. Shuaihe was just beginning to regain consciousness. This feeling is so warm. In front of her appeared a radiant figure, the light witch Avril. Avril knelt before Yi Wu and expressed, "My supreme master. Thank you for summoning me. May I ask if there is anything you wish to command? Or do you want me to eliminate your enemies?" He said, "No. Keep the living person, there are still many questions to ask him." Hearing Yi Wu's command, she quickly carried out the task. "Understood. But leave him just a bit of breath, the rest I'll play with, right?" "Thank you, Master, for your grace." She swiftly summoned Celestial Fire Meteor. A gigantic fireball descended from the sky, slamming down on the mecha. Huang Fude was still struggling, but he screamed in despair, "Is that really magic of this caliber?" After the scream, the entire area seemed to be engulfed in flames. Yi Wu felt very satisfied with the decision to use this piece, an evil woman who's not so nice. It seems this is a villain account. But to suppress a level 180 magic suit mecha without suffering any harm at all. The strength of this account has been fully demonstrated. Although this account can't finish someone off in one blow like the Shadow King, it's still useful. Most importantly, it costs nothing and has no side effects. Huang Fude lay on the ground, pathetically weak, with only 2% health left. He coughed weakly, his voice filled with resentment, "Yet I'm still not dead. Kiddo, it's just a kiddo. Why not just kill me directly to end it?" Ha ha. Seeing him holding a detonator, seemingly plotting something sinister, the evil woman quickly used her magic shield and warned, "Master, be careful. This guy probably intends to self-destruct, wanting to take us down with him." Yi Wu frowned and asked, "Self-destruct to die together?" No. Huang Fude laughed loudly, "My life is worth more than you think. How could I do something so foolish? This is just a final preservation act." At this moment, Yi Wu noticed something unusual. Shuaihe was screaming loudly, "A! She appeared in the form of the Azure 13 experiment, level 160. Yi Wu exclaimed, "Not good. Shuaihe is being controlled by that bastard." Huang Fude activated the control mechanism, causing Shuaihe to scream in agony. Immediately, she unleashed a massive ice crystal. Avril created a shield to block it, causing the ice crystal to vaporize. Humph. So annoying. All these despicable low-level tricks. The evil woman growled, "I've had enough. This woman and everything will evaporate for me." Yi Wu hurriedly intervened, saying, "Avril, stop. Don't hurt Shuaihe." Avril asked, somewhat irked, "Huh? Why is it that this person can't be killed, and that person can't be killed either? Isn't that being a bit too picky?" Yi Wu blared, "What? You dare to go against my orders?" Avril immediately panicked, hastily denying, No. I absolutely wouldn't dare to think that. Please forgive me." Huang Fude laughed heartily, I've long set up an interface on Shuaihe. Only I can control her. This is the insurance mechanism. Now she has become my puppet. Not the strongest, but the most useful when dealing with you. Didn't you hesitate to harm her? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in Yi Wu's eyes exploded. Oh really? It seems I have been too merciful. I originally intended to keep him alive for some intelligence, but now that's no longer necessary. Yi Wu coldly issued the order, "Evil woman, you know what to do, right?" Avril, seemingly waiting for this command, quickly accepted the order. "I've been waiting for your words for a long time, master." She raised her staff high, gathering radiant light like the sun. Radiant glory illumination was unleashed, striking straight toward Huang Fudi. He kept Shuihe in front of him, blocking himself, and ran backward. While running, he commanded Azure 13 to cover him for a retreat. As he ran, Huang Fudi anxiously thought, "Damn it! The murderous intent is too strong. This kid is definitely not a weak and gentle one. If I don't leave soon, I will truly die at his hands." Shuihe raised a crystal barrier to block the light, enduring to the point of spitting blood. She was completely controlled, forced to stay back and take the hits to support Huang Fudi's escape from Avril's ambush. Seeing his scheme succeed, Huang Fudi laughed as he ran. Not bad. Letting you escape before and allowing you to grow has indeed been the right decision. Keep protecting me." He activated the small-scale teleportation device. Yi Wu thought, Avril's powerful attack has put too much pressure on Shuihe. But without Huang Fudi's orders, Shuihe would endure to the death before stopping. Compared to killing Huang Fudi, I should prioritize saving Shuihe right now. Half of Huang Fudi's body had stepped through the teleportation door, and he laughed heartily. "Ha! You've missed a golden opportunity to kill me, Yi Wu. It's true that heroes cannot pass through the beauty's barrier, you ultimately couldn't bring yourself to strike. I will regroup my forces and come back to settle the score with you. The next time we meet will be your day of death." Then he ordered cruelly, "Keep fighting for me, Azure 13. Don't stop until death." Ha ha. After letting Huang Fudi escape, Avril immediately reported to her master, "The magic signal has been activated. No matter how far he runs, we can easily track him down." Yi Wu nodded, "Well done. Now switch to defense mode and prepare to approach Shuihe." Avril replied, "Understood." At this moment, Shuihe was exhausted. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but she did not stop. Despite coughing up blood, she continued to unleash powerful moves like Endless Storm. Shuihe tried to hold on, but she could not avoid the onslaught. Hearing Yi Wu's order, Avril opened the protective shield, shielding him as he approached Shuihe. Yi Wu instructed, "Now switch the account to MOC." Avril immediately complied. When Shuihe's blood level was down to 3%, her desperate fighting state was nearly at its limit. Yi Wu stepped forward, placed his hand on her forehead, and gently said, "Sleep now. I promise I won't let anyone control you again." Immediately, Shuihe's fighting state ceased. She closed her eyes and fell. Yi Wu caught her, laid her down gently, and called out to AI-Vis, "Scan Shuihe's entire body, identify any issues, and proceed with repairs immediately." Avril stood beside Yi Wu and bid farewell before vanishing. "Don't forget to summon me again, master." Yi Wu nodded slightly, continuing to handle the situation with his usual calmness. AI-Vis said, "Leave it to me." After the scan was completed, she announced, "The scan is complete. Your body, except for the control components, still hides self-destruct devices, and their power is extremely great." Yi Wu nodded and said, "Self-destruct devices?" Fortunately, I intentionally let Huang Fudi go earlier. Otherwise, forcing him into a corner would definitely lead Shuihe to self-destruct. Let's proceed with the modification immediately. AI-Vis acknowledged the order, "Understood. All harmful programs and devices have been completely dealt with. The modification is complete." After the modification was finished, Shuihe slowly regained consciousness. She sensed the changes in her body and wondered, "Is this my body? Why is it like this?" Yi Wu smiled and asked, "You're awake? Do you feel any changes?" Shuihe stretched and felt the lightness and comfort. She said, her voice full of surprise, "My body feels very different. The pressure that has always weighed on my heart has disappeared. This is a sense of freedom I have never had before." "Did you do this?" Yi Wu nodded and replied, yes, but unfortunately, my ability is still not enough to turn all the machinery in your body into real flesh and blood. In his heart, he thought, this is probably something only a god could achieve. Shui He was deeply moved. She teared up and said, no, you have already done too much for me. Shui He continued, although my body was controlled before, I still had some awareness. You not only saved me but also gave me freedom and a second life. I really don't know how to repay you. She stepped forward, took Yi Wu's hand, and expressed her sincerity. What do you want me to do in return? I'm willing to do anything. Yi Wu shyly asked, your sudden change in attitude is making me a bit confused. Your demeanor and personality have changed so much. He scratched his head and replied, if you really want to repay me, then give me money. I'm in need of a lot of money right now. Shui He chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Money? Is that really enough? Seeing her hesitation, Yi Wu reminded her softly, you clearly said I could ask for anything. Immediately afterward, a notification from the system rang out. Shui He has transferred 500 million to you. Yi Wu exclaimed in surprise, 500 million? How do you have so much money? Shui He calmly explained, I have always been hustling between major safe zones. On one hand, I'm searching for various components to break the control system in my body, on the other hand, I've conveniently accumulated quite a bit of money. It's all to ensure that when I regain my freedom, I can make a clean break. Yi Wu then understood, so that's how it is. No wonder every time I see you, you seem so busy. He asked her, so what are your plans next? Shui He replied, suddenly having true freedom feels a bit unfamiliar. I still feel like I'm in a daze, it doesn't feel real. But now, I've decided to stay by your side and help you eliminate Huang Zhang. Yi Wu interrupted, no. Although I've repaired your body, you have already overexerted yourself before and are still in a weak phase. You absolutely need to rest first. Shui He said, but I want to help you. Yi Wu remained resolute, then recover to your best condition. Otherwise, following me now would only be a burden. Shui He turned away, I understand. I will definitely work hard to restore myself to the best condition. She smiled and promised Yi Wu, you must wait for me. After Shui He left, Yi Wu asked, hey Ivis, did you touch her personality during the repair? Is this still the cold Shui He I used to know? Ivis laughed mischievously, master, you are still too young, you basically don't understand what affection is. Once a girl like her takes things seriously, it could drive you crazy. Yi Wu slapped Ivis, scolding, what nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you go do some research? Ivis immediately apologized, ouch, I was wrong, master. Ivis said, anyway, we have found the secret base of Huangfu in Area 8. Yi Wu looked around, secretly amazed, it seems Huangfu didn't expect me to arrive so quickly. How could he not destroy these devices and documents, allowing me to take advantage of them a bit? Ivis continued, that's right, the master has received the authority of the administrator. It's just the right time to download information related to the barrier. Oh, and there's also a surprising discovery. Ivis pointed to a spot in the room and said, there's a secret tunnel down here. Should we investigate a little, master? Yi Wu replied, of course. Since we are here, we must explore. If we miss out on some treasures, it would be a big loss. After that, both went down the tunnel. Yi Wu felt that this tunnel was quite old. When they reached the end of the path, Ivis's eyes lit up at the scene before them and shouted, we have hit the jackpot, master. In the room at the end of the tunnel, they saw many robotic bodies similar to Shui He being hung up. Yi Wu exclaimed in astonishment, could this place be where Shui He is produced? There are so many products not yet put into use like this? Where on earth did Huang Zhang get these black materials from? Ivis said, I just scanned through it. This laboratory is not an ancient relic, but rather a renovated structure, possessing a semi-heritage quality. Yi Wu observed while responding, it seems that Huang Zhang has mastered an inherited technology from the old Earth era to some extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the path of creating an army of artificial humans. These techniques were not very effective even in the old Earth era. After all, inanimate objects without souls cannot develop or evolve. Aivis disagreed, looking at him and retorting, "That statement isn't necessarily true. These things may look like a pile of scrap metal, but in the hands of your master, they can turn waste into treasure. You understand that. With so many exquisite and beautiful bodies, doesn't the master think about creating his own harem army?" Yiwu laughed and said, "That suggestion isn't bad, but let's skip the harem. I'm more interested in the army. At least this would be useful in enhancing the reserve combat strength. You should scan again to see what materials are needed to activate them." Aivis complained while working, "Yes, I'll do it right away." Yiwu happily said, "It seems that the basic body manufacturing has been completed. However, we are still lacking the core driving energy source. As long as we have high-grade magic crystals, we can activate it. This is easy. Last time in the dungeon of the insect species, I extracted a large amount of high-grade magic crystals. We can just use them. Let's test 30 of them. After all, this is a legion, the number cannot be too small." Aivis received the order and replied, "Yes, I will immediately help the master select suitable bodies. But first, we need to modify the low-level command so that they know to follow your leadership. I suggest testing 6 bodies initially to check first." After saying that, Aivis walked along the machines and performed a series of strange operations. After a while, the process was completed. Just then, the Shuai-shaped machines opened their eyes. They immediately rushed towards Yiwu. Yiwu thought they were going to attack him, and exclaimed, "What's going on? Is there a system error?" However, these girls did not attack but instead embraced him and affectionately called out, "Master." This scene left Yiwu speechless. He asked in confusion, "Huh? What is happening, Aivis?" Aivis grinned mischievously and explained, "Haha, what's wrong? When I modified the low-level command, I adjusted a bit of their personality attributes. Now they are no longer cold and distant." Yiwu angrily said, "I knew it was you, kiddo, playing tricks. Hurry up and change it back for me." After giving Aivis a memorable beating, Aivis, while crying, repaired his attributes back to normal. Yiwu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's better." Aivis inquired about the location of the energy transport points of the barrier in Zone 1. Despite the pain from the lumps on his head, Aivis responded, "Oh yes." The robots knelt down, earnestly waiting for orders. "Please give us your commands." "Master, after scanning, we have the specific results regarding the spatial location of the base." Yiwu commanded, "There are a total of 3 energy transport points. Split up and take action. You 6 divide into 2 teams, destroy points A and B. Point C will be handled by me." The robots replied, "Receive the order." They quickly switched to combat readiness. Once everything was prepared, Yiwu led the army. "Let's go, head towards the battlefield." The 6 replied in unison, "Yes." At Safe Zone 3, the energy transport station, Yiwu observed 2 individuals standing in front of the gate. He thought to himself, "The guards are still chatting, it seems Huangfude hasn't notified them yet. I remember their uniforms are from the Tianchuan Corporation. Tianchuan is responsible for building infrastructure, so it's reasonable for them to provide the energy." He thinks it is just that after the betrayal of the red-tailed devil dragon, Huang Zheng could still accept Tianchuan, which surprised many people. The 2 guards saw the stranger entering and immediately drew their guns as a warning. "Stop. Who are you? Raise your hands, then leave. If not, I will shoot." Yiwu raised both hands and calmly said, "Don't shoot, I am just an ordinary citizen." Wang Jiangwo and Shin Bing stepped forward. Wang Jiangwo greeted him with a faint smile. "If you consider yourself an ordinary citizen, then the definition of ordinary in the dictionary must be updated." He turned to the 2 guards, "Step back. This character is not someone you can mess with." The 2 guards replied in unison, "Understood." Yiwu chuckled and asked, "Is that so?" Am I now famous to that extent? Wang Jiangwo replied, I am somewhat knowledgeable about the news, and it seems that no one is unaware of the great name of Yiwu. How are your father and mother doing these days? Yiwu responded, thanks to blessings, they are now very safe. Wang Jiangwo nodded, that's good. However, you are a person of Han Mo. If you have appeared here, your purpose must be clear. Yiwu did not beat around the bush, he said bluntly, we are all smart people here. So I won't mince words. My purpose is to destroy the energy transport devices. I hope you won't hinder me. Yiwu said, I don't want to cause any unnecessary casualties either. The two guards immediately became angry. One shouted, Kiddo, talking big. Let's see if we can shoot you full of holes. However, Wang Jiangwo immediately intervened, foolish. If you want to live, stop right now. Yiwu calmly replied, Captain Wang, you have a grace towards me. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I hope you won't resist for no reason. But if you want to resist, the only outcome will be death. Wang Jiangwo tried to persuade him, the barrier of Safe Zone 1 is maintained by several secret energy outposts linked together to supply power. If they are not shut down simultaneously, it will not be effective. If forced to destroy them, the residual energy will cause a massive explosion, harming civilians. You are not that kind of person, are you, Yiwu? At that moment, the communication device rang with urgent announcements. A hurried voice came through, the energy outpost of Zone 4 is under attack by the enemy. We can't hold on. Zone 5 is also being ambushed. Requesting immediate support. The enemy consists of 3 level 1 women. We are completely outmatched. The connection was cut. Wang Jiangwo trembled and asked, is this also your plan? Yiwu replied, you are a smart man. Now you have 2 choices, either follow Tian Shuang and be Huang Zhang's dog, continuing this aimless life, or join me and help me eliminate Huang Zhang. The 2 guards heard this and said, Kid, are you telling a joke? Our team leader is betraying the organization to follow you. Team leader, let us kill this kid who is spouting nonsense. In the tense atmosphere, Wang Jiangwo remained silent. After a moment, he slowly said, you are right. Instead of continuing down a path with no future, I would rather trust him. My intuition and experience tell me that a person as unpredictable as him will surely achieve great things in the future. The 2 guards were taken aback, exclaiming, what? Team leader, are you crazy? How can you trust a kid with an unknown background? Do you know what the consequences of betraying the organization will be? Wang Jiangwo replied, his voice resolute, I certainly understand. If you believe in my judgment, then stay. If not, you can leave. One of the guards immediately said, you must be crazy. We're not going to lose our minds with you. They quickly ran off, shouting loudly, hurry up. Report the situation here to the higher-ups and request reinforcement. Only Shinbing stayed behind. Wang Jiangwo looked at him and asked, Shinbing, do you agree to stay? Shinbing nodded, responding firmly, of course, I will follow you, team leader. After persuading them, Yiwu stood up and said, since we are all acquaintances, that's good. Let's go, the main work is more important. Shinbing said, all right, but his state was a bit strange. His eyes were cloudy and bloodshot. Just as Yiwu stepped forward, exposing a gap behind him, Shinbing drew the hidden knife from his body, aiming straight at Yiwu to kill. My responsibility is to take your life. He growled. However, before the blade could touch Yiwu, it was halted by the weapon Yiwu had hidden behind his back. Shinbing was astonished, unable to believe it. How is this possible? He stammered. A cold glint flashed in Yiwu's eyes. He calmly said, you dare to sneak attack me? People like you usually die very miserably. Wang Jiangwo, witnessing the whole incident, could not help but be surprised. He shouted loudly, Shinbing! Are you crazy? Why are you attacking Yiwu? Shinbing's face was twisted and terrifying. He replied, Captain, do you still remember Qin Rui? That name shocked Wang Jiangwo, but he still didn't understand. Qin Rui? Why mention her now? Shin Bing pointed the knife directly at Yi Wu, his voice trembling but full of determination. It was Yi Wu who killed Qin Rui. Wang Jiangwo frowned, his expression full of doubt. What? Are you sure? Shin Bing nodded, affirming, absolutely. A surviving colleague from Area 9 witnessed it with his own eyes. He told me right after waking up from the coma. Shin Bing said, when Qin Rui was killed by the beast, Yi Wu was right beside her. He clearly could have saved her but just stood by and watched, letting her be killed. After that, he even lied that Qin Rui died protecting him. How could someone so strong need someone else to protect him? Why didn't he save her? Shin Bing was in pain, his voice full of anger. After my parents were killed by beasts, I didn't want to live anymore. As my future wife, she helped me find the courage to continue living. Qin Rui was the light, the only hope I had. But now, that hope has vanished. I have struggled to live until today just to take revenge. After saying that, Shin Bing collapsed, in agony. Wang Jiangwo looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel heartbroken, immediately calling out, Shin Bing. Yi Wu remained silent for a moment, then spoke. That colleague of yours only saw the scene of Qin Rui being killed, but didn't see the moments before that, when she pushed me away to lure the beast and then ran away herself. He continued speaking to Shin Bing. I do not deny that I stood by and watched her die. But tell me, what obligation do I have to save someone who wants to harm me? In fact, I didn't intend to reveal this truth. After all, for you all, it would be even more brutal, wouldn't it? Shin Bing resolutely did not believe. This cannot be true. You're lying to me. Qin Rui has always been gentle and kind. She could never do something like this. Yi Wu turned his back and walked away, calmly saying, I've said what I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I have other matters to attend to. Shin Bing, like an unrelenting wraith, would not let go and stepped forward to block Yi Wu. He shouted, Stop! I'm not done with you yet. Wang Jiangwo tried to intervene. Shin Bing, calm down. Don't get agitated. Seeing the situation, Yi Wu immediately threw a punch at Shin Bing. You won't leave me alone, huh? Consider this a warning. The punch was so forceful that Shin Bing's health bar dropped to 10%. He screamed in pain, Oh my God. Yi Wu coldly said, I don't have time to waste with you. This punch is the final warning. Shin Bing was knocked down to the tiled floor, stammering, So strong. Too strong. Holding the photo of him and Qin Rui in his hand, Shin Bing sighed, If I were as strong as you, could I have protected her? It's just a pity that I have no tomorrow left. Then, as if he had made a final decision, Shin Bing took out a test tube and drank it all. Wang Jiangwo was stunned. Shin Bing, what you just drank is. Shin Bing's body quickly transformed into a beast. He let out a roar that echoed, his power surging as he reached level 80. Wang Jiangwo was astonished. Beast transformation potion? How did you get this? Yi Wu stood there, his expression still calm. He spoke, I can understand the pain of losing someone you love. But if you have chosen this path, then there is no turning back.